Okay, we'll get started in about 5 minutes. Okay, we'll get started in 1 minute. Okay, I'll call the meeting to order. Afternoon and welcome to the November 19th, 2025 City Council meeting. I'll ask everyone to please rise for the Canadian National Anthem.
Oh, Canada, our home and native land, true patriot love in all of us command, car ton bras s'est porté l'épée, il s'est porté la croix. Ton histoire est une épopée des plus brillants exploits. God, keep our land glorious and free. Oh, Canada, we stand on guard for thee. Oh, Canada, we stand on guard for thee.
Okay, you can be seated. We acknowledge that we are on the traditional lands of the Treaty 4 territory, a treaty signed with 35 First Nations across southern Saskatchewan and parts of Alberta and Manitoba, the original lands of the Cree, Saulteaux, Dakota, Nakota, Lakota, and on the homeland of the Métis Nation. The City of Regina owes its strength and vibrancy to these lands and the diverse Indigenous peoples, whose ancestors' footsteps have marked this territory, as well as settlers from around the world who continue to be welcomed here and call Regina home. Some members of City Council and City Administration may be attending the meeting today through video conferencing. I'd like to remind those who are attending through video conferencing of the following. Please ensure that your video camera and microphone are turned off, and when speaking, remember to unmute your microphone and enable your video camera. Some delegations may be attending the meeting today by teleconference to address City Council on various items on the agenda. Also, today we have a alert ready test alert. So in Saskatchewan, a test alert will take place through the Government of Saskatchewan's Public Alerting System, Sask Alert, at 1:55 p.m. Today and will be a broadcast intrusive alert. This audible alert will be broadcast on television, radio, and on mobile devices. So we will pause the meeting proceeding today when this test occurs. And I do see some in the delegations today, but I see some green. And so I do want to comment that we are in Saskatchewan Grey Cup champions for the 5th time in our history. So congratulations again to the Saskatchewan Roughriders. Okay, can I have a motion to approve the agenda at the call of the chair with the following adjustments? To withdraw Delegation DE 25-217, Shannon Corkery, from item CR 25-144, and add the registered list of delegations, as well as CP 25-156, Shannon Corkery, for item CR 25-144, as well as we'll move the agenda to consider Councillor Burton's table motion towards the end of the meeting. So can I have a motion to approve the agenda with those notes? Councillor Sickleys, thank you. And a seconder, Councillor Flores. Call the question. Any opposed? And that's carried. Can I have someone move a motion to approve the meeting minutes of November 5th, 2025 City Council meeting? Councillor Rasevich. And seconder, Councillor Radens, thank you. I'll call the question, any errors or omissions? Okay, I'll call the question. Any opposed? And carried. We will now consider the consent agenda. The consent agenda is moved and voted upon without debate as one item, regardless of the number of agenda items included in it. The following item is deemed automatically removed from the consent agenda. That is CR 25-144, City of Regina's role in well-being and homelessness, as delegations have registered to speak on this item. So therefore, the consent agenda for this meeting includes the following items. CR 25-141, Buffalo Pound Water Treatment Corporation 2025 Semi-Annual Report, and CR 25-145 parcel code class change 5901 9th Avenue North and 190 Pinkey Road. I'll ask if any member wishes to remove any items, either of those two items from the consent agenda for consideration and debate at this meeting. Okay, seeing none, can I have a motion to approve the consent agenda? Councilor Flores, and a seconder. Councilor Burton. Any opposed? And carried. Okay, we'll move on to delegations for our first item related to CR 25-137, expanding housing choices, manufactured homes. So first I'd like to call upon delegation DE 25-211, Randall Edge. Yeah, take a seat, whichever seat you like there. And once you're seated, I'll get you to introduce yourself for the record, the organization you're representing, if any, what city or town you reside in. You'll have 5 minutes to address City Council, after which you'll have the opportunity to respond to any questions members may have for you. Go ahead whenever you are ready.
Thank you, Your Worship. My name is Randall Edge. I'm currently the president of the Glen Elm Retirement Community Residents Association. I proudly live in the city of Regina at this time. And I'm here today to speak in favor of a recommendation that has been brought forward to this council that had asked for last March. I'm here on behalf of the Glen Elm Retirement Community, which is known as a trailer court. We began in January of this year being a community of 150 families. Today, we are changed to a population of 33 families, with 117 of our families being compelled to leave the boundaries of the city of Regina. This is principally because our community is currently zoned through history here in the city as being eligible to occupy manufactured homes. And we are quite supportive and excited with the proposal that has been drafted by the planning department at the behest of this council in March. And thank you to our councillor Victoria Flores for helping to get this initiative put before the planning department. And they have done research and come back with a formal recommendation that anyone living in the city of Regina should have the legal right to look at purchasing any lot within the city of Regina and to then procure a manufactured home that can be installed in that lot, which is a model that has been followed in other jurisdictions such as Yellowknife, and makes, for all intents and purposes, a lot of sense, because what we're talking about is the construction of a home. Is it to be constructed in a factory, or is it to be constructed with a bunch of guys showing up at a lot with a set of hammers and swinging together 2x4s? That's really what we're talking about. And I am very pleased to take note that last week at the Planning Commission, that the Commission supported this recommendation by a strong margin. And so we would like to submit on behalf of the members of our association that we really are hopeful that City Council will consider this most from our perspective, an enlightened recommendation to enact it if for whatever reason we find ourselves asked to move to another place, that we're allowed to do that within the city of Regina, not having to leave to go to places like Weyburn or Indian Head. Now, don't get me wrong, those are wonderful communities, but our families have chosen to live here. We're homeowners here, we're taxpayers here, we want to stay here. And so this would give for us a place for us to go, literally here in the city of Regina. So I support, and our association supports this recommendation. We hope that council will approve this in the affirmative.
Perfect. Thank you, Mr. Edge. I'll check with my colleagues if they have any questions for you. Councillor Flores, go ahead.
Thank you. Through the chair, hi Randall. Thank you so much for your presentation. As someone who's lived in a manufactured home, and there's community members that live in your community live in manufactured homes, can you please elaborate a bit more on what is a manufactured home?
A manufactured home is a CSA-approved home built in a factory. It has, and it can be built with 1 bedrooms, 2 bedrooms, 3 bedrooms, and it provides all the elements that you would have in any home that you would find built here in the city of Regina. These are energy efficient homes. They are safe, they're warm, and most importantly, they're a very affordable alternative to having a home built for you for, in some cases, $1 million here in the city of Regina. You can buy a first-class manufactured home, between $100,000 to $200,000, and then you just simply buy the lot and then move it onto the lot. So it provides a tremendous alternative choice for anyone that's wanting to purchase and own their own home, and fulfills all the needs. And some people would say that, oh, these are temporary homes, and I would humbly submit our community has been in place for 70 years, and it proves our homes are not temporary. These are homes that you can purchase to live in and prosper in terms of raising your family.
Fantastic. Thank you so much. And one last question. How do you feel about the ability to have a choice where to put your home as opposed to being stuck to only 2 zoned areas in the city?
We have been a community for 70 years that because we accommodated 150 families, and there's another community in Argyle Park, I believe, that has a few lots themselves. Clearly, that capacity has been sufficient to meet the needs of those people that were wanting to enjoy this type of housing. With the changes that have taken place, and we are not entirely sure why changes are taking place in our community, but be that as it may, there's clearly a need for hundreds of families to enjoy this type of alternative of housing. And really, all we're talking about is a home. Is it built in a factory, or is it built on a lot with some carpenters swinging hammers? I mean, that's really what we're talking about. And these homes are beautiful. They're state-of-the-art. They're designed in others. I live in a home right now that's probably the nicest home I've ever lived in my life, and I'm so happy to be there. So that's really the best I can say to respond.
Fantastic. Thank you so much, Randall. That's all for me.
Thank you. Seeing no other questions, thank you for your presentation today. You can return to the gallery. Thank you. Okay, next I'd like to call upon Delegation D 25-212, JC Stanhope. Once you're seated, I'll get you to introduce yourself for the record as well, the organization you're representing, if any, today, what city or town you reside in. You'll have 5 minutes to address City Council, after which you can respond to any questions Council may have for you. Go ahead whenever you're ready.
Good afternoon. My name is J.C. Stanhope. I live in Regina, and I am also a member of the Glen Elm Retirement Community Association. A few points that were brought up at the Planning Commission meeting. We understand that it is incumbent upon the purchaser of the home and lot to ensure that their home will fit on the lot and meet the height requirements and everything else that any other home is required to meet within the city. The homes do need a concrete foundation, and they also recommend pilings put underneath for stability. Otherwise, the house tends to go. Manufactured homes are available in many sizes and layouts that would fit on a city lot. For example, Olympic RTMs in Pilot Butte builds manufactured, modular, and ready-to-move homes in a variety of layouts, and I did send you all a screenshot of the 4 builders that are close to or within the city limits, so that at your leisure you can pursue the designs that they offer for a little bit better understanding of what you're looking at. For example, Olympic offers a Cape Cod style home that is actually really cute, and I really like it. Like, I would live in it. It's cute. And they offer all the way up to a 2-story manufactured home. So you have a lot of choice in design. They will custom build yours. There's lots of options, and they're really, really nice visually to look at. In fact, I find some of them a lot nicer than some of the new architecture I've seen in the city, but that's beside the point. The biggest obstacle currently is getting financing through a bank or a registered lender. So I'm hoping that if city passes this, that will help change their outlook on that as well.
Great. Check with my colleagues if anybody has questions for you. Councillor Flores, go ahead.
Thank you. Hi, GC. Thank you for presenting and being here. I know you sent something to council, but could you talk a little bit more about the choices and maybe dispel some of the myths and misconceptions around what manufactured homes are?
Okay, so a lot of people think manufactured homes are what they were in the 1940s, 1950s. Ugly little boxes. They aren't that anymore. They're very nicely designed. If you go on the Olympic website, they have designs from everything from the Cape Cod up to a home that would not be out of place in the Greens or Harbor Landing. It's got a full deck, it's got a second story, it's got bay windows, French doors. Like, this thing looks palatial. And I mean, I've lived in, this is my second manufactured home. I grew up in one with 6 other people. And they are an affordable alternative. And what you see on the markets today far outclasses anything that they built, even in the 90s for these homes. They're gorgeous. You can have them anywhere from a 16-foot length to a 28-foot length. They can be 50 feet wide, they can be 25. They're a really adaptable option for what each individual customer needs. So say you're a single, or you're a couple, you don't have any kids. Okay, so great. You get a 2-bedroom, little side by side. You got a den, you've got a deck. Takes a small footprint. You've got a gorgeous yard to hang out in this really cute little house that, I don't know if any of you have been in Southie, but in Southie, 3/4 of that town is manufactured homes. My son lives next door to one. I could not tell until I looked at it 4 times, and I live in one. And that is the difference between 30 years ago and now. Now they look like a regular house.
Fantastic. Thank you so much, JC. That's all for me.
Councillor Zakiniak, go ahead.
Hi, so you said you sent something to council, but I can't find it, so.
I sent it to your personal emails. It's a screenshot of 4 companies in and around Regina that do the homes. There is Hurroff Modular, which is in Xenia, Saskatchewan. There's ARC Modular in White City, Olympic R2Ms in Pilot Butte, and Sherwood Modular Homes, which is at City View Estates.
So I can't find it. Maybe it went to junk mail or something.
It's possible it did.
So
Okay,
we can probably
forward
follow up
it?
after and
Okay.
figure that out.
Okay, yeah, I just wanted to, I would like to see it, so.
Oh, yeah, there's
Councillor
some really
Flores
nice
found it,
homes there.
And she'll forward it to us, so we're good, thank you.
There are some really, really nice homes on the Olympic site, I have to say. Even their little ready-to-move homes are really, really, really nice.
Councillor Rasevich, go ahead.
Through the chair. So I guess what we're talking about today is a blanket rezoning throughout the city. I guess my question is, would you be okay with, I guess if we had a handful or multiple individuals come and say, you know what, we're looking at wanting to put a manufactured home here or here or here, and having that come to the planning commission, then to council for approval?
No, because I think that because they would have to still meet the same criteria as any other home builder or buyer in the city. If you moved a home into the city, you would have to qualify to meet the requirements that are already in place for a home. If I bought a home off a farm and wanted to move it in the city, it would have to meet the size requirements for the lot. It would have to meet the height requirements allowed within the city limits and the footprint, would it not?
So there's no debate, so we can follow up with administration after and clarify that. So Councillor, if that's something you want to ask administration after, we can clarify that, so.
Okay.
I do understand that a lot of councillors are probably getting a lot of flack from their constituents because nobody wants a trailer park in their backyard. Well, guess what? Not all of us want to live in your backyard. We want to live in our own little space, mind our own business, live our lives. All we're asking for is the right to do that.
Okay, any further questions, Councillor Rasevich?
Do you think, I personally believe this, I think as a city, we should be looking forward to create opportunities for.
So just make sure it's a question.
Do you think the city should look forward for opportunities to have places where, RMH zoned, I guess, how homes can be placed? Do you think we should be looking at that and planning ahead? Just like Glen Elm existed,
Yes,
we should be planning in the future for things like that as the
Yes.
city grows. Thank you.
absolutely.
Thank you.
Because right now, the city is growing faster than the infrastructure can support it.
Yeah, and I agree with you I agree with that.
Okay,
The only caveat I would put on that is
Sorry.
that if the city does go ahead with that, is that it is city-owned land and the leases are responsible to the city, not some random invisible landlord.
okay, Councillor Rasevich, anything further?
I'm good.
Okay, Councillor Beazle, go ahead.
Thank you very much, through yourself, Worship. You said these manufactured homes are manufactured off-site somewhere, correct?
Yes,
How are they moved?
they are moved on a flat deck by a semi-trailer, just like they were moved out of our park. Oversized loads, which would be double wides, would require pilot cars, which are provided by the company that moves. And all of that is done usually by the company that builds them. You can work that into your purchase price.
When we're looking at moving over-dimensional loads, we have to look at a traffic accommodation plan?
Yes, and that is actually done between the moving company, the Department of Highways, and the city police.
Yeah, we're not Department of Highways here, so I'm gonna say we're gonna have to look at it internally. So when we look at the traffic accommodation plan, as a person buying a house, are you willing to pay for all the streetlights that have to get relocated and temporarily put down and put back up?
No, a smart
Signals and
buyer?
everything else?
A smart buyer does their research and makes sure that to minimize that kind of issue. That's why I said at the beginning, the buyer needs to be aware of all the issues that can impact their purchase, that being part of it. As a buyer, it is my responsibility to, A, find a lot that I can fit what I want on it. B, ensure that I can get that lot there at the cheapest cost to myself and the least inconvenience to my neighbors. Those are incumbent upon the buyer. not incumbent upon the city, not incumbent upon the person moving it. Those are incumbent upon the buyer.
Okay, so I just want to make sure you're aware of a traffic accommodation plan. You could be in the tens to hundreds of thousands of dollars to move something through a city.
Well, most of them, the double wides that were moved out of ours were moved between midnight and 5 a.m.
Yeah,
And that is a standard for the industry,
okay,
for moving any oversized loads. Doesn't matter what industry it is.
right, but they were moved
Okay, Councillor,
fairly
we're not
quick, so
debating.
I just
so
want to
if
make sure
there's-
you're aware that there could be significant costs of having
Yes,
this.
and that
okay?
is why I said buyers need to do their research,
Okay,
just like any other purchase. Do
Okay,
your
and-
research.
Any further questions?
oh, thank you.
Thank you. Seeing no other questions, thank you for your presentation today. You can return to the gallery.
Thank you.
Okay, I'd like to call upon Delegation DE 25-213, Lori Dietz. Hi, Lori. Give you the same introduction. I'll get you to introduce yourself for the record, the organization you're representing, if any, today, the city or town you reside in. You'll have 5 minutes to address council, after which you can respond to any questions we have for you. Go ahead whenever you are ready.
Thank you. Good day, everyone, mayors, city councilors. Good to be back here again. Quick story, really. Coincidentally, I was set to be here at 1 p.m., and I know it's not a big deal that I'm a bit late at all, but I would have been here on time, but our maintenance guy was out again putting letters in mailboxes. And my heart, of course, just dropped. And I had to wait because I knew I wouldn't be able to, of course, sit here. And it wasn't anything. It was just like a blank copy of our lease agreement, which very few of us have. I do have one, and I'm not really quite sure why. And sometimes I think it's just to remind us, you know, we rent and things are unstable. And that's kind of how we live. And that's exactly why this motion is so important for these to go citywide, you know? For me, it's been a series of steps. I think I knew 3 or 4 years ago that getting a modular home or a mobile home would be the most affordable and just makes sense for me as a single mother, right? Something that's affordable, something that I could probably learn to fix and do those kind of things. And I think I've told all that to you before. So, and now, of course, not realizing of the few places we are allowed to have within the city, they come with their own massive struggles. And a lot of fighting with the rentalsmen those people do, I'll just say. And so I think it's just really important to understand what, like, the diversity of houses and what this means. I listened in last meeting, and honestly, I was a little offended by the remark about the aesthetic appeal and if we could legislate that. And which just leads to that belief of trailer trash. That's all that is doing. It is keeping that belief alive. And trash comes in all forms and all sizes and all houses. Simple as that. And to think otherwise and sit on this council, it really just makes me shake my head is all I have to say. Just a couple questions I do have about the report, and I'd like to know if we could get answered. I just noticed under the impacts, it said that these recommendations aren't impacted with the community and well-being and safety plan, and I beg to differ. Safe and affordable housing is a massive part of community well-being. So I just wanted to note that is what this is about. And I also, from the beginning, I've asked questions about the Housing Accelerator Fund and the need for houses and how these mobile homes could help that. And it's not mentioned in this report, and it's not even a consideration. And I would just like to know how that fits in there, because I think it should, and I think that everyone should know the possibilities that modular housing could do for all cities. Also, under the option 2 considerations, I've been told this is just kind of standard practice and how the reports are written, But it says that a delay in this could delay the process and potentially limit one of the options for infill housing development. Does that mean there is an option out there that somebody wants to do something, that something is going to be delayed? Just if I could get some clarification on that, I would appreciate it. And I just request on behalf of the thousands of families that need affordable housing that we take this recommendation seriously and we make way for modular housing in the city of Regina. Thank you.
Awesome, thanks, Lori. I'll check if any of my colleagues have any questions for you. I don't see any today. I'll just make a quick comment. I think these are some questions that we can probably get clarification from admin for you, so we'll try and get that covered. Awesome, thank you for your presentation today. You can return to the gallery. Thank you. Okay, we have communication on item CR 25-137. Can I have a motion to receive and file the following communications? CP 25-150, Stu Niebergall of the Regina and Region Home Builders Association. Councillor Sickleys. And the seconder. Councillor Zakidniak, thank you. Call the question. Any opposed? Carried. We'll now consider item CR 25-137, expanding housing choices, manufactured homes. And I will ask Councillor Sickleys to please introduce the report.
Thank you. Through you, Mayor, the Regina Planning Commission met recently, and we brought forward to Council the recommendation that admin had put in front of us to approve the amendments to the Regina zoning bylaw to allow manufactured homes in all residential areas as described in the appendix.
Thank you, Councillor Sickleys. Can I have someone move the report? Councillor Flores. And the seconder? Councillor Zakidniak. Councillor Flores, would you like to speak to the report? Okay, go ahead.
Thank you. Through the chair, first of all, I want to thank the delegates that are here today again because they came to the first time this motion was put forward under really, really sad circumstances. And I'm happy to see that we're moving forward this way, even though that we can't remediate what happened back then. We are now opening options, not only for families like those that had their homes in the Glen Elm retirement community, have the choice of having to leave somewhere outside the city or just not have their homes here. So I think, to me, this is a really positive step forward in terms of opening up our zoning and housing options. I found that the restrictive zoning that we had just limited what we are seeing now with modern manufactured homes as really great options for many families that otherwise might be priced out of other housing options. And to me, so far, the only opposition I have heard to folks being concerned about manufactured homes being in their neighborhood is mostly driven by a lack of understanding of what a manufactured home is. Not because I've heard of any real concerns that could be backed by issues that I think otherwise, if those existed, this recommendation wouldn't have come forward to us. So overall, I find that we're taking a step forward in the right direction. This opens up options for manufactured homes of all sizes, from tiny homes to, as our delegate said, many other options that families now have access to. And I find it really great that we're doing this citywide. That doesn't mean that these homes are suddenly going to appear everywhere, because it doesn't happen that fast. People still have to have access to a lot, purchase the home, and all of the things that would go with the way someone would purchase a home. But we would also see a decrease time in construction. You would also see decreased disruption in your neighborhoods because you don't have a house being built and have months of disruption of loud noise, construction dust, and all of that. I think overall this is really positive. I do have a couple questions for administration. If perhaps if could you talk a little bit about are there any concerns in terms of property values next to a manufactured home?
Ms. Bratton?
Thank you, through the chair. So we have no evidence that would suggest that a manufactured home would decrease property values in a neighborhood.
Thank you for that. And through the chair, could you or could somebody address the concerns that were brought earlier in terms of light posts having to be torn out, or the transport of manufactured homes, and how that it's not new. So how is it mitigated now?
Mr. Doney, go ahead.
Through the chair, anytime there's over-dimensional moves required within the city, the proponent will work with the city administration, our traffic engineering group, and ensure that the path is set out with at least impacts, and then it's done at a time that has less traffic impacts. If there's any concerns of infrastructure being moved, then the proponent needs to pay for that, but typically that can be avoided.
And through the chair, and is this something that we've done in the past, or would this be entirely new based on this new zoning approval?
Ms. Bryden, go ahead.
Thank you, through the chair. So currently modular homes are permitted with the city, and modular construction has taken place for single family dwellings or modular built multifamily units. And so this type of permitting, as Mr. Doney spoke to, has occurred in the city for many years.
All right. Thank you. Through the chair, that is all of the questions I have. I think ultimately I urge my council colleagues to really look at this for what it is, which is an additional housing option that we are giving our residents. And the motion is very clear about the safety standards, about the making sure it's a fit with the neighborhood, and making sure that this adds to our communities. And I think it's important that we give our residents that options. And additionally to that, knowing that there is industry in the area that can support that, I think it's a positive. We can look into growing and supporting those businesses that now could provide those options to our residents in the city. So again, I hope that we all support this very positive zoning move, and we can provide those options to residents. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Siklees, go ahead.
Oops, thanks, through you, Mayor. Question for admin. Can you confirm for council that ready-to-move or RTM homes, which are factory built to the full National Building Code and placed on permanent foundations, are already permitted and a right to put on any single detached residential lot in Regina today with no zoning restrictions whatsoever?
Thank you, through the chair, that is absolutely correct.
Okay, so a follow-up to that would be if high-quality factory-built homes like RTMs are already blending seamlessly into the neighborhoods across the city with zero controversy, doesn't that show the concerns about aesthetics and property values are overstated, especially if the new rules require permanent foundations, chassis removal, and other similar standards?
Thank you, through the chair. So I would say there hasn't been concerns about existing zoning for modular development, and I would expect that if this is approved by council and as manufactured homes are gradually maybe integrated into neighborhoods and communities, you would probably not see much in terms of controversy.
Thank you, Deb. And I know we don't have any, well, maybe we do. I'll just ask this because I don't know if I asked it during our meeting at Regina Planning Commission. There's no subjective design review for residential exteriors, is there?
Through the chair, we have one area in the city that does have design oversight, Canterbury, but the rest of the city does not.
So I want to be sensitive to my fellow councillors who still have some trepidation about this. I was one of them, actually, at the beginning. Would it be possible for someone to put a home half the size of the homes on either side of them if they purchased a lot in the city, and would we approve that?
Thank you. Through the chair, yes, that is possible.
Okay. Well, I would think some people might have a problem with that. Others might be okay with it. So I guess it would be up for my fellow councillors that have an issue with that to maybe propose some sort of amendment. I didn't hear one at our planning commission meeting. And that's all I have to add. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Councillor Seclees. Councillor Burton, go ahead.
Thank you, through the chair. I understand when my house was built, there were the characteristics, design characteristics that you described, that a foundation had to have parging on it, colors, some other characteristics. Can you describe that there is an area in the city with that currently?
Through the chair, I would let Ms. Dawson speak to that more specifically.
Yeah, through the chair, I can confirm that the area that Ms. Bryden had spoke to before is the only area with architectural controls that are regulated through the city. Other than that, we just require the building envelope, setbacks, height, those types of things. There might be some confusion because some developers in certain areas have design criteria that they require of their builders.
So through the chair, so that design criteria is set by the developer to create the aesthetics and characteristics of that area?
Yes.
And through the chair, does that expire at a certain point in time that down the road, somebody, 5 years, 10 years, they're gone, or what happens with those?
Through the chair, it's a good question, and individual land developers and home developers will have their own timeframes, I'm assuming, on those, and their own enforcement mechanisms for requiring their builders to follow their guidelines. The city does not become involved with those.
Thank you. So through the chair, I completely understand the manufactured homes that are now coming out are not those old school products that people might consider here. And people are pushing for this wonderful quality products, and we do want to see these developments here. My question to the administration is, what protects us for an unscrupulous developer coming along with a less desirable product in the future? I have someone in my ward who's from outside the city developing a lot without regards to their neighbors or the neighborhood. So if I use, for example, a C-can with some holes cut for the doors and windows and washrooms installed, meets the CSA standard. What is there to kind of just say that the characteristics of the neighborhood, because does this override any rules that might be in place by the developer to say that I can now drop this anywhere and I can carry on?
Ms. Bryden?
Thank you. Through the chair, these living units need to meet Canadian Standards Association, and a C-can simply just would not meet the Canadian Standards Association. If an individual purchases a lot and they choose a manufactured home as their home and they can safely get it moved onto the lot, etc., then it would be permitted.
Okay, thank you. And this is a source of some grief in my neighborhood when people come along and do some developments. And it's not every neighborhood. People have different aspirations and desire. They choose the house that they want to purchase and what they want, and the characteristics they have with that. And I fully want to see this thing proceed, and that we do have the opportunity for people to get these wonderful products that like I said, are not the old school products here, but they're, I just feel that there's no floor that's in place to say what are the characteristics or things that could be for a development that's on there. So I'm not going to do an amendment on the floor here for this, but I'm just going to express my concerns that you know, what people are proposing here is wonderful, and I understand completely what you're going after. I'm just worried about that person down the road who doesn't care, who's out from outside the city, trying to develop the cheapest thing they can get and plop it on a lot where it doesn't fit. So, thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Rasevich, go ahead.
Sure, through the chair. I think Councillor Flores asked the question about value I read in the report that generally the purchase price is lower. And I also read in there that the assessed value could be lower. So if that's the case, it said it in the report. If that's the case, then, again, I'm not against manufactured homes. I just want us to do things maybe a little more slowly here, because when we accepted that Housing Accelerator Fund money, I have a lot of residents and a lot of people who weren't very happy about that because we changed the zoning blanket right across the city, and people have fourplexes going on in their residential neighborhoods. I know we're not talking about fourplexes, but if we open something like this up, just a blanket, again, wide open, carte blanche, I could see people getting very upset about that, because I still think that there should be manufactured homes in certain areas that don't maybe affect assessed values in neighborhoods. So anyways, that was in the report. It said the purchase price could be lower and assessed values could be lower. Can you answer that?
Ms. Bryden?
Thank you. Through the chair, as with the construction of any stick-built home, if that's my dad's old, I don't know if that's still language that people use, stick-built. You could choose to build a 1,000 square foot house, in which case your assessed value would be lower than Councillor Siklis, who might choose to build a 2,000 square foot house, and his assessed value would be higher. He can do that today, and so can you. So when we were talking about manufactured homes, some of them would come at a lower cost than it might cost to build a 2,000 square foot home, but some of them might not. As the delegate, the very, very well-spoken delegate pointed folks to a web page for a company that builds manufactured homes, and I would say some of them look like they would be a fairly costly purchase. But we already have a very wide range of assessed values on residential properties within the city. Some are smaller, some are larger, but those values aren't impacting the value of the neighborhood. We were talking about the specific value of the unit in terms of they may have a lower assessed value than the house sitting next to them.
Right. But if people are funny, you know, and if you're...
Oh, we'll just take a pause really quick here. I think we're getting the alert. Okay, we'll assume that that was the one alert. If it happens again, we'll have to take a pause, but go ahead, Councillor Rasevich.
Okay. So it becomes anyways, it still becomes, I think, a concern I see for residents in my ward. You know, they got a fourplex going up, and by just carte blanche, just saying, hey, we're gonna open up the zoning, I think that's I think it's rushed. I don't have an issue if people came and said, you know what, the planning commission, we want to put manufactured home here, see the design, see what's going in, approve it, move forward. That's kind of what I think. I think as a city, as we're growing, we should be dedicating areas for manufactured homes and along those lines as well, because I know at the planning commission, we had a delegate come speak and he said, we chose a certain lifestyle, we chose to have that type of, you know, say value, or we could afford that there. It's the same as other people on the flip side, that they decide they want to live in a certain type of neighborhood. So, you know, we have to be conscious and be respectful of what other people are choosing as well. You know, because sitting here, I have to look after everybody, not just one group. So I think that I would propose that, you know, have an option, you know, where it comes forward through planning commission, and then, you know, I guess I don't know if it would go to city council, but I just don't think we need a carte blanche, you know, open up the zoning wide open. I guess design size. I guess that would be, again, you know, I do want to have options for manufactured homes, but I just don't want to have a blanket zoning all over the city, wide open. So I'll just leave it at that.
Okay, thank you, Councillor Rasevich. I'm going to interject my couple questions right now. And first, I guess the thing that I heard very clearly, and I think the delegates spoke to this very clearly, is modular homes that we're talking about, this is a different type of construction. That's what we're really talking about. This is constructing off-site and moving it on-site. And when we talk modular or pre-constructed homes, these can come in many forms. The modular style actually allows them to be transported into where they need to go. And I guess first question for admin would it be fair to say that we would expect the scale of a manufactured home to somewhat be related to the value or proportionate to the value or area of a lot that's in the city, same as what you would see with a on-site built type of home?
Thank you, through the chair. If I think what I'm hearing is, would market play into whether or not I would put a manufactured home onto a specific lot? And I would say, yes, I would suggest it certainly would.
Great. And then a question I just want to clarify from one of the delegates as well. Again, a different type of construction. Would it be fair to say that this would impact a portion of our community safety and well-being plan in the context of having more options for affordable homes in our community?
Thank you, through the chair. Yes, certainly more options for all types of housing throughout the community, create housing affordability, which we know at the end of the day trickles down, I would say.
Awesome, thank you. So with that, I am in full support of the recommendation from the Planning Commission. I think that this is an innovative way to construct homes. This doesn't mean cheap homes. This is a different way to construct homes, and there is a variety. And I would absolutely encourage my colleagues, any who haven't seen the significant companies that have invested in these businesses that are in the business of these prefabricated homes, pre-constructed homes, to take a look. It's quite impressive. I think you'll be pleasantly surprised at what you see, and I think this is a great step. So with that, I will go to who is next in the queue. Councillor Bezo, go ahead.
Thank you very much, Mayor, through the chair. Questions I have pertaining to what you set forth in the report is Councillor Sukli said you can already buy a lot and move an RTM in the city.
Thank you, through the chair. A modular home can already be purchased and moved into the city. So there's modular homes and then there's manufactured homes. And I'll get Mr. Mario to speak to the specifics of what's different between the two.
That'd be perfect.
Go ahead.
Yeah, through the mayor, there is a subtle but important difference between the two. Ultimately, it comes down to how the buildings, the different two types of buildings are transported, and how they do that. A manufactured home sits on a permanent metal chassis that acts as the flatbed of the home, and that's integral to the building itself. That stays with it. But a modular home really is just a home that's built off site that is transported in usually smaller chunks and then assembled on site. So there's a subtle difference there, but at the end of the day, they're both factory built homes, but just slightly different at the end of the day.
Okay, thank you. So the one that we're talking about with the steel chassis, that still sits on a concrete foundation. Would that be what you mentioned before in the report? You still have to dig a basement and put this thing in place?
Through the chair, it would still sit on a foundation. Some have a crawl space and some it would be just a foundation.
Okay, can you define the difference?
Mr. Mario, would you like to speak to that?
Through the chair, it's unusual that a manufactured home would sit on top of a basement, but it is possible. Usually they would sit on a different type of foundation, whether that just be on piles or piers or a engineered slab. But it is possible that they could be lifted and sat on top of the basement. It's just less usual.
Okay, thank you for that one. Another question for administration through the chair is based upon, we've heard everything, these things go from range from 16 foot to Mr. Burton's C-can to, I'm going to say something that is substantially huge. So what is stopping me to buy a lot in Regina, and I've seen lots as low as $13,000 to $19,000, and putting a $6,000 home on it? How does my taxation work at that point? I got a $13,000 lot. It's a vacant lot. You just told me I don't need a basement for this thing, but I put a $6,000 home on it. What's my property valuation?
Thank you. Through the chair.
Like, how do we even evaluate this? Like, there's no magic formula that we actually pump this into a number.
I think I think admin was gonna answer that, so who would you like to answer that?
Thank you.
Ms.
Through the
Bryden?
chair, the city assessor is here and she will speak to that.
Thank you.
Go ahead.
So thank you through the chair. We do have, again, manufactured homes throughout the city now. We use the sales that have come through MLS and the like to value the properties. If we don't have something comparable, we will find a comparable to do the valuation until such time that there's sales to make the proper valuation of those homes that have come in. That making sense?
Not even close.
So
Not even close. And I'll say not even close. I'm going to use this for an example. You say we have this in the city right now, but then we're looking at a bylaw to say to put this in the city, but so we don't have it in the city. Mr. Burton was worried about, aspects of conformality. So I'm going to say if we take a $300,000 lot and put a $6,000.
Sorry.
I feel like at this point, Councilor Beasley is misrepresenting the motion by making statements that are not what the motion is asking. So I just want to be careful what we put up.
I think I'll get Ms. Bryden to clarify, because I think there's a couple comments that Ms. Bryden can clarify to answer your question, Councilor Beasley.
Thank you. Through the chair. So currently there are 2 areas in the city that are zoned to allow for manufactured homes to be located. We also allow citywide for modular homes to be allowed throughout the city. The report before you would see modular or manufactured homes be allowed citywide, just to provide that clarification. And I would also like to clarify, a C-can with holes cut in it would not be eligible or meet the standards of a manufactured home.
Okay, so back to the question again. We've got 2 areas in the city that we have manufactured homes right now. If I want to take a manufactured home that I find for fairly economical somewhere and I buy a new lot, say in Skyview, what is my valuation going to be?
Through the chair, city assessor has spoke to that. I will ask her to speak to that again.
My comparables in the neighborhood are $1 million. Do I have $1 million house?
So through the chair, there's assessment models that are built for 6 residential neighborhoods. The specs on a manufactured home will not be the same as the specs on a $1 million home. So we have a valuation model that would apply a rate per square foot times the size of the manufactured home. But we're using information from the market to build that assessment. It is not going to be perfect. We're never going to match the sale price of every property. But what we do from an assessment perspective is use the comparables within that neighborhood. And keep in mind, Skyview is one neighborhood of 20 that's in that market area. So we use a large volume of sales to create an assessment model. We use that assessment model to apply specifically to the characteristics of that home you're speaking of. So if that home is 600 square feet, it's going to be valued as a 600 square foot home. It's not going to be valued as a $1 million home.
Okay, so just for clarification, I can have a 600 square foot house within $1 million neighborhood.
Through the chair, yes, you can.
I think Mr. Anderson he can make a comment as well. Go ahead.
Yes, through the chair, thank you. I just wanted to clarify, we have neighborhoods that have all different types of sizes and homes. If you go through the Crescents and Old Lakeview, there's all different quality of homes, sizes of homes, style of homes, age of homes. They're all assessed using our complex assessment model. This wouldn't be any different.
That's open for debate, but we'll move on. The next question I have is specifically on the jurisdictional scan. We have one place in Canada that is doing this, and no one else. And as far as I know, that's it.
Ms. Bryden?
Thank you. Through the chair, thank you for asking that question. I know Ms. Dawson has been working with a group of municipalities across Canada to talk about housing types, and Ms. Dawson, would you like to speak to that?
Ms. Dawson, go ahead.
Yeah, through you, Mayor. Thank you for the question. We compared cities across Canada, and in the report, we've shown that Yellowknife is, allowing these in their zoning bylaw. There is lots of conversation with cities across Canada, moving to modular, moving to manufactured homes. You hear it coming from the federal government, so there's lots of conversations about it and lots of considerations being taken place right now. That's not to say that these aren't allowed in other municipalities. We have several examples throughout Saskatchewan, and some of the delegates had provided some examples of where, where they could relocate within Saskatchewan. But what we provided you was similar cities.
Okay. No, the question is specifically around the cities. Like we looked at jurisdictional scans. There's different municipalities, I get it, but why are no cities really going into this right now?
Ms. Bryden?
Thank you. Through the chair, and I would say based on some of the conversations Ms. Dawson has indicated she's had, other municipalities are looking at this type of housing, particularly since Build Canada Homes is trying to promote modular and prefab construction under their mandate of, really increasing the number of homes that are built within Canada over the next number of years, and looking for innovative, affordable types of construction, and I would say likely quicker construction than quicker in terms of when I decide to buy a home, I can buy a manufactured home. I can maybe move it onto the lot within a certain time frame, whereas now it might take several months to actually build a home, stick built, so to speak. So I would say right now we might be the one city that's advancing this, but I would say other cities are also considering this type of conversation as well.
Okay, my comment on this is I understand the need for it and the reason why we're here today. I fully understand that, I respect that. My concern is, and like as Councillor Rasevich had clearly addressed as well too, is when we rush into something, sometimes we just don't do it well, and I've heard that today. We're rushing into something, it's not done well. I have a fear that we could take a neighborhood that's got the, the $1 million properties and put the, 16-foot manufactured home on that lot, devaluating neighborhoods. And you've already spelled out in your report there could be a devaluation, but on the flip side there could be an increase in property value in the neighborhood. So I've got concerns around that. Do we have any checks and balances in place to apply for the individual lot and permitting as it comes forth?
Thank you. Through the chair, and no, we do not. Similarly, as I mentioned before, I can choose to build a 1,000 square foot home in amongst a bunch of 5,000 square foot homes right now. So the value of my 1,000 square foot home would be lower than my 5,000 square foot home belonging to my neighbor. This would be the same type of thing. I think Mr. Anderson also spoke very well. I live in Cathedral. There's probably on my block maybe 4 or 5 older, smaller homes, and the rest are all infill, newly built homes. So we see that in a variety of locations within the city, and I think market really does come into play in terms of what I'm can afford to pay for a lot, what I can afford to build for my house. All of those types of things will come into play. I would also like to add, I don't see this particular change creating a significant huge, quick impact on the fabric of our communities and our neighborhoods.
Is there any, through the chair, is there anything that would limit me to buying something of age to put it in the community? So is there something that, and is anything in your report that's limiting me to what I can buy? So if I can find something that's, I'm going to say, substantially old, 30, 40 years old, is there any things that's going to restrict me from doing that?
Thank you. Through the chair, as I indicated earlier, these homes need to meet the Canadian standard, and I would also refer to Ms. Dawson to speak to permitting.
Go ahead.
Yeah, thank you. Through the chair. So a permit would be required for your new foundation. And we would require an inspection before you moved your building to ensure that it was able to be moved, and proof that it met CSA standard. And then once you move your building onto the new foundation, we would require an inspection at your cost to verify that it was installed and constructed in accordance with the code.
Thank you, Ms. Dawson. Through the chair, can you elaborate what a CSA standard is for this?
Thank you. Through the chair. It's a standard that's set by the Canadian Standard Association, and all manufactured homes are required to be built to that standard. The builder, the prefabrication place would then ensure that that was built to that standard, and it would receive a seal.
I can't say I understand what you're saying, because if I'm looking at something from buying something that is built originally in 1972 and moving it into Regina in the Creeks, that's 16 foot long, what standard do I apply?
Again, we would verify that it has an approved seal, so it would be somewhere on the home, and then we would require an inspection before you moved it from wherever it currently is to ensure that it could be moved, and then once you put it on your foundation at your new location, again, another inspection to make sure that it met all the standards. We're not resealing it. We're not looking, like our inspectors won't be looking at resealing at CSA.
So you're looking for a CSA sticker that was produced at one point in time?
Yes.
And to make sure it's on a foundation at another point in time, but there's nothing to say anything aesthetically this is going to fit in the neighborhood, that, you know, we can have, I'm going to say actually essentially the 1960 or 1972 model, 16 foot long, that we can put this anywhere. There's nothing that stops us from doing this.
Councillor, you have about 10 seconds left, just so you know.
Through the chair, we don't have criteria for any homes that are moved onto properties for aesthetics.
Thank you.
Okay, Councillor Zakiniak, go ahead.
Okay, so I just want to start with one of the questions posed by the delegate, which was clarifying the other options section of the report. And it talked about this is just one opportunity for infill development, something like that. And so I think what it had created confusion about was, oh, is there another opportunity for, in relation to manufactured homes? And so what I'm looking for is just an explanation. This is a standard part of our reports. There's not like another opportunity that the administration is not referring to. All the options are outlined in the report. Is that accurate? Like in relation to this change?
Thank you. Through the chair, yes, that would be accurate.
Okay. Okay, so in the report, it says that manufactured homes, I believe this is on page 4, if my notes are accurate, are built after 1976, certified by CSA, which is, can you remind me, because that's not in my notes, we just talked about it. What's CSA stand for again? Canadian Standards Association, is that right?
That's correct.
Thank you, Councillor Radens. And so that's what they are. That's what we're talking about. Now, we talked about the inspections that would be required. The report itself talks about, you know, what, like, this change to our zoning just would allow for this to be considered. You still need financing, you need an available lot, you need the site costs need to be evaluated, transportation and logistics. So for folks who are scared that like all of a sudden, I don't know exactly what the fear is, but like the city will be overrun by
manufactured homes,
whatever that looks like for folks. That's highly unlikely. Is that accurate? Like there's lots of factors that will play into whether or not these things will actually come to fruition and when and where and how that would work.
Thank you. Through the chair, I would say that that is accurate.
Okay. And actually, it says that in the report too. In practice, locating a manufactured home on a single lot may be limited by cost and logistical factors and the development of a site in professional expertise and pre-planning. Now, you know, folks have identified what they see as a gap of, well, how can we make sure that a home is going to fit within the characteristic of a neighborhood? Administration has said clearly multiple times, like if that's a concern for folks, that's a concern that we actually don't have parameters in place for, regardless of, like, if someone can build on an empty lot next to my house right now and build a home that I don't think meets the characteristics of my neighborhood, and if that's a problem that folks want to address, I see that as outside of what's being proposed here. Like that's an issue that, you know, some folks see as a concern. I personally don't have major concerns with it, but if that's something folks wish to address, I think that has nothing to do with what we're talking about today. And I mean, I support these changes. I think, you know, when we know that we have limited housing options available for folks, we have a housing affordability and housing shortage. Shortages, a crisis of these things. So we declared a housing crisis, a houselessness crisis earlier this year. This is just one option to address that. And it is our jobs, like, of course we need to, like, we have more specific information about our particular wards, but we also have to make decisions with the interests of the entire city in mind. And I think that these changes would benefit our entire city. So I'm supportive of it, and I understand that change is scary for folks generally speaking, but I don't think this is going to result in this worst case scenario that folks are envisioning in their mind, and I'm happy to support these changes to our zoning bylaw. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Furrow, go ahead.
Yeah, thanks. Through the chair, I just want to thank administration. I think the package and recommendations is actually pretty clear and straightforward. We have an obligation to support all types of housing, right? We've read the reports from administration. There's many communities in North America that allow for manufactured homes, some of which even actively support it. I think we heard from a couple of our today, and I guess my response would be that the value of the dirt in your ward, same as mine, is such that in reality, the only manufactured homes you'll ever see would be very, very high-end homes. There's homes with poor and great aesthetics across the city. So I guess the question to us, quite honestly, is, like, are we concerned about affordability or not? And if we are, we're concerned about affordability for all. I just have a couple quick questions to the chair to admin. From administration's perspective, is the primary objective of this zoning change to support affordability, like prevent exclusionary zoning, provide diverse housing options, sustainability, all of the above? I guess, when you look at the objectives we're trying to achieve as a community, I see, you've indicated there's no strong rationale as to why we should not allow manufactured homes. I'm curious as to what tool in our toolbox they'll provide us to advance our own strategic intents.
Thank you. Through the chair, to be succinct, I would say all of the above. This would apply for all of the above. Creating citywide housing options, helping creating affordability, sustainability. I would say all of the above.
Thank you very much. Through the chair, I think the city assessor did a good job of answering how we'll assess the value. I do have one specific question, though. As I understand it, some of these units depreciate a little faster maybe than the homes that we might be used to. Is that a concern for us at all as we do sort of assessment or reassessment, or has that been factored into your analysis?
Go ahead.
So through the chair, when you talk about depreciation, you talk about properties valued on the cost method. In the city of Regina, for housing, we do direct sales comparisons, so it'll be comparable to sales. So we do take into consideration depreciation, and we recognize that manufactured homes tend to depreciate out faster, but comparability will tell us where the value lies with that. So we will see that older homes will, of course, be lower value than the newer ones, but that's the same across every type of housing.
That's great. Thanks for that. Through the chair, and I think Autumn touched on it before, but just to be clear, if there was a greenfield development, am I correct to understand that a developer could have contract controls that would outline what is permissible and not in terms of how homes look and feel and sort of the aesthetic considerations of them?
Thank you. Through the chair, I'll refer that to Ms. Dawson.
Go ahead.
Yes, the answer is yes, through the chair.
Thanks. I guess in closing, my buddy here's an elite hockey player, so I think Well, I think we'll skate to where the puck is going. The federal government is availing tens of billions of dollars. I think it's one tool. In my brief research, there's lots of beautiful manufactured homes. I think across the spectrum, from very affordable to quite sustainable and modern, it gives us another tool in our toolbox. So I'll certainly be supporting it. Thanks.
Thank you. Councillor Turnbull, go ahead.
Thank you to the chair. I think the mayor actually said it's just a different construction method. That's all that this is. It's just a different way of building something. If you want to think about manufactured homes this way, once upon a time, our clothes were all custom made. Now they get made in a factory, and then they get cheaper and better. It's that. So this is just houses being made in a factory and coming. It's just the next evolution. It's still the same sort of standards. So it's, and I'm going to let Min fact check me afterwards, but it's part 9 of the building code. They call the Wild West, which is just residential. You really just need to have your structural, and then you have your inspections as they outlined. And that's the same however you build your house. And your house still goes in the same sort of thing. And that's the same whether you do it by wood frame or this. In fact, houses, however you build them, most of the time the frame comes from far away anyways. Like houses are already becoming a factory of parts and being assembled. This is just the next step. It's just a type of construction. And to put aesthetic controls on one type of construction and not on the other is actually discriminatory to our construction method. Whether it is a manufactured home or whether it is a wood frame home, it would follow the same bylaws, would have the same. If you wanted to complain about a neighbor's facade or how they took care of the property or derelict property, it doesn't really matter. That same with the codes. And I'm trying to be quick versus asking a lot of questions, so I'm just going to let Min fact check me and correct me if I said something wrong.
Ms. Bryden, go ahead.
Thank you. Through the chair, there was a lot of facts there. I think my team might want to flag one thing she would like to correct.
Ms. Dawson, go ahead.
It's complicated, I understand, but the CSA standard negates the manufactured home from having to comply with the Part 9 of the building code. And so we'll take that standard seal, and that certifies that the home was manufactured to a certain standard. We still will require building code to apply to the foundation and setting that building onto the foundation, if that makes sense.
So they still require the structural stamp, but instead of the inspection, they get a seal instead. So at the site, they have like a seal instead of a city inspector coming.
That's right. They're sealed at the factory.
So like usually when you build a new home, before you close it up, you'd get the inspector. So this is replaced by a seal?
That's right.
Okay. So that would actually be another efficiency, would it not?
Through the chair, yes, it would.
So this is just because that actually is another efficiency in timeline and another step that the city wouldn't have to do. So the move to manufactured homes is also about efficiency and affordability. Am I correct?
Through the chair, yes, that would be correct.
And that is why it is so important to the affordability in housing. Not necessarily because the houses are constructed differently, but because of the efficiencies created by basically mass producing them, correct?
Through the chair, I would say there's a lot of things that work towards affordability, and yes, that would be it.
Okay. So anyways, I support this. They're just different types of construction. I think if you were to amend this one to put aesthetic controls, you would have to amend all houses to have aesthetic controls. Because why would we put aesthetic controls on manufactured homes but not have them on wood frame homes? I think you'd have to be consistent to all homes and however you construct them.
Thank you. Councillor Mancinelli, go ahead.
I'd like to follow up on Councillor Turnbull's questions about that seal. The designation behind that seal, knowing the insurance on mobile homes and the differentiate between an RTM and a mobile home, how does this seal process work? Does the seal expire, and will there be problems in the future with insurance like there was with mobile homes? How does that work?
Thank you through the chair. So these are manufactured homes.
Understood. I understood.
And I would refer that question to Mr. Mario, who speaks for that.
Just for clarity, I was asking because the seal method was used on mobile homes previously, as well as getting insurance from everything else. I'm thinking this is a like system, and just how it differentiates is what I wondered.
Go ahead, Mr. Mario.
Through the chair, there's no expiry on the seal. If CSA standards do change or differ in any way, there could be a different seal that is required, in which case we would update our bylaw. But the current federal standard is what we're employing here.
Follow-up question. We always want prosperity in our community. Looking at the skills and the trades that go into manufacturing a home on site, is there any worry about limiting opportunity for future tradesmen and tradespeople in our city following this path?
Thank you through the chair. As I indicated before, I don't see that this would have a material impact on the trades in our city. I don't think we're going to see an influx of manufactured homes throughout the community rather than the standard stick-built home. So I know I don't see a material impact on our trades.
Okay. I appreciate that. Thank you.
Thank you. Seeing no other questions, I'll go to Councillor Flores to close debate. Would you like to close debate? Okay, go ahead.
Thank you. Through the chair, I think any opposition that I've heard is just limiting choices given the evidence that we've been given. And when the motion was brought forward, it was done so very thoughtfully, working with administration to consider all of the concerns that were brought forward here today. So if there are any further concerns, I think we can look to that. But overall, what we're seeing here is, I think, a step in the right direction to providing choices to our residents. As it has been stated numerous times, folks can build whatever, like homes and a lot as they please. This is just the method by which that home gets there, whether we do it over a number of months with disrupted construction or we bring it in. That also doesn't mean that we're suddenly going to have homes just overnight moved in your neighborhood, which honestly, I would take a manufactured home on an empty lot rather than an empty lot in my neighborhood. I think we can all agree that is not just choice, but it increases our ability to not see so many empty lots if that's an option. I am really happy to hear the support for this zoning change, and my colleagues have said some great things to consider in terms of, why, if we're going to have standards for one, why should we have it for the other? And the fact that this doesn't, if we want to have a design standard, that's a different conversation, because that should have to apply to every home. I think overall, the conversation and what we're voting on today is, do we want to provide our residents with another option of housing? And what we're seeing, I think, countrywide, given our housing crisis, is yes. I think we have the ability today to be one of those cities that takes that step ahead of everybody else to say, yes, we believe it is important to provide our residents with another housing option. It's not an option for everybody. It's not an option for me to build $1 million house somewhere else. Would I take that away from those folks just because that's not an option for me? Absolutely not. So that's I think, something that we should consider. I urge my colleagues to see this for what it is, an option that through the motion had very strict and specific regulations to why we do this, to meet all of the standards and all of the concerns. And at the end of the day, we're giving our residents a housing option that is not there right now. Actually, it's only limited to 2 zones. So I urge everyone to support this. I think it allows us to be pioneers countrywide. I guess Yellowknife is first, but we have that ability to move forward. Thank you. Please vote yes.
Thank you. With that, I'll ask the clerk to start the vote, please.
Through you, Mayor, the motion is carried in a vote of 8-3, with the following members voting in favor as follows. Councillor Fro, Sickles, Mancinelli, Turnbull, Radins, Zakidniak, and Flores. Those voting against, and Mayor Bashinsky was in favor as well. Those voting against were Councillors Bezo, Burton, and Rasevich.
Thank you. With that, we're at our mandatory break, so we'll take a break, 15-minute break. We'll be back at 2:48. Thank you. public notice bylaw. And I will ask Deputy Mayor Flores to do first reading of bylaw number 2025-76, the Regina zoning amendment bylaw, number 22.
Okay. Thank you. I move, seconded by Councillor Rasevich, that bylaw number 2025-76 be introduced and read a first time.
I'll ask the clerk to start the vote.
Through you, Mayor, first reading of the bylaw is carried in a vote of 10-1 with the following members voting in favor as follows. Councillor Fro, Sickles, Bezo, Mancinelli, Turnbull, Radin, Zakidniak, Flores, Rasevich, and Mayor Bishinski. The member voting against is Councillor Burton.
Thank you. I'll ask, call upon the clerk to speak to the public hearing portion of the bylaw.
Through you, Mayor, as required by legislation, the following bylaw requires a public hearing. Bylaw number 2025-76, the Regina zoning amendment bylaw 2025 number 22. The purpose of this bylaw is to amend the Regina zoning bylaw 2019 to allow for manufactured homes in all residential zones. Is there anyone in the gallery today that wishes to address City Council on this proposed bylaw? There appears to be no one, Mayor.
Thank you. Deputy Mayor Flores, can you please do second reading of the bylaw?
Sure. I move, seconded by Councillor Sickles, that bylaw number 2025-76 be read a second time.
Thank you. Does any member have any questions? Okay, with that, I'll ask the clerk to start the vote. Councillor Rasevich? Sorry, you got it.
Through you, Mayor, second reading of the bylaw is carried in a vote of 9-2 with the following members voting in favor as follows. Councillor Fro, Sickles, Bezo, Mancinelli, Turnbull, Radins, Zakidniak, Flores, and Mayor Bishinski. Those voting against are Councillors Burton and Councillor Rasevich.
Councillor Bezo, do you have a question?
I went to hit the wrong button and I hit the wrong button. My vote should have been known on that one, sorry.
Okay, I'll just ask if any council member would be opposed to acknowledging Councillor Bezo's vote as a no on that. Seeing no opposition, we'll record your vote as no for that, Councillor Bezo. Okay, so next I'll get Deputy Mayor Flores to do consent for third reading. And again, this is just consent to consider this at this meeting. So if this passes, then there would be a final vote to vote in the way you'd like to for this item. So this is just consent to consider at this meeting. Otherwise, it would just be pushed till the next meeting. So with that, Deputy Mayor Flores, can you please do consent for third reading?
Thank you. I move, seconded by Councillor Fro, that bylaw number 2025-76 go to third reading at this meeting.
Thank you. I'll ask the clerk to start the vote.
Through you, Mayor, unanimous consent for the bylaw to go to third and final reading at this meeting was not achieved. This bylaw will go to the December 3rd meeting to receive final reading of the bylaw.
Okay, thank you. Okay, next we'll go to delegations for CR 25-138 zoning bylaw amendment, 2571 Broad Street. So I'd like to call upon delegation DE 25-214, Dan Torrey. Mr. Torrey, once you're settled there, you can introduce yourself for the record, the organization you're representing today, the city or town you reside in. You'll have 5 minutes to address council, after which you can answer any questions we may have for you. Go ahead whenever you're ready.
Thank you. My name is Dan Torrey. I'm the president and CEO of West Oak Investments. I'm here today on behalf of West Oak Investments, and we are seeking a rezone of our property at 2571 Broad Street. The current zone is institutional. If we are successful in the rezone, we are looking to get a residential high-rise zone. The residential high-rise zone will allow us to put roughly 100 apartment units. These would be 6-story wood frame stick build, I believe. And so that's 100 units. Now the Regina's official community plan is looking for 30% of new residential builds in existing or infill sites. We believe this would check that box. The 100 units would be a mix of 1 bedrooms, bachelors, 2 bedrooms, and 3 bedrooms. 3 bedrooms is a unique feature for rental, and we believe that would be great for the area. If you look at parking, you know, the city of Regina under approved builds, parking is not required, which means you can have 100 units and 0 stalls. Well, our site will have over 1-to-1 stalls. So we have 100 units, we're gonna have over 100 parking stalls. And 80% of those stalls will be underground, not visible to the site. This site has views of, we're across from Wascana Park, you can see the legislative building and you can see downtown. You know, we had the support of administration and last week at Regina Planning Commission, and with council's support, we would plan to have this vision brought to reality starting spring 2026.
Great, thank you for that. Look to my colleagues for questions. Councillor Burton, go ahead.
Thank you through the chair for your presentation. I first applaud you first on the more than 1-to-1 for parking stalls. If you've been watching City Council, you may have heard the word parking come from my mouth a few times before. My question to you is I would like to just maybe explain the thought process you went through to arrive at the fact that you did want to see enough, at least a minimum 1 parking stall per unit, and what that provides to the neighborhood and how you see that fitting in with both. It's beside bus routes, it's beside the park, it fits in. But what led you to having the more than one per unit?
Thank you. Through you, Mr. Chair, it's ultimately a business decision. It's rentable. So I agree with the policy that you shouldn't have to have parking restrictions. Let the developer make that call. We have decided that, you know, our customers will want to park, and there is good access from there. And actually, we have downtown apartment buildings that have less than 1-to-1 ratio. In some cases 0.67. So, and that's fine. That actually, there's a balance that works. So we've experienced having success with less than 1-to-1, but in this case, in a new build construction, we believe we would like that 1-to-1.
Okay, thank you. That's all.
Thank you. Councillor Zakiniak, go ahead.
Thank you. Thanks for being here, Mr. Torrey. So on page 3 of the report, it says that, well, you already mentioned, you know, this is to accommodate residential development. So the existing building on site is the Canadian Blood Services building. So you're going to have to demolish that building to build the residential. Can I just ask, do you know, once you demolish it, do you have any plans or opportunities that you're aware of to like repurpose those material? Like what happens? Does it all go to the landfill just curious, like, what's the process in that part of the build?
Fair question. Historically, we've had some success in repurposing materials from demolished buildings or redeveloped buildings. We don't have an approved design yet, so we're still in that process of figuring out. My guess is this probably more often than not ends up in the landfill, but I don't have that answer today.
And as the regulations sit right now, is that solely at the developer's discretion in terms of what they wish to do with those materials of something that's demolished? Like, is that entirely up to
That would be
your discretion?
my understanding, yeah.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Siklees, go ahead.
Thank you. Through you, Mayor. Dan, thanks for coming back. I'm not going to ask you questions I didn't ask at Regina Planning Commission. For those people that own parking lots and are considering possibly building residential, commercial, or a combination of the two, would you mind sharing your secret as to how you can afford to put an underground parking in a city that deserves it in every single area?
I'm not sure I have the answer for that, but you're wondering why can we do underground parking and other people have not?
Correct.
In my understanding, the infill build, there hasn't been a ton of infill builds in Regina, and the buildings that you'd see of high-rise, larger density are on the outskirts where land is cheaper and you can build above ground. So my guess is if you see more downtown infill builds, you probably will see more parkades.
That was my only question.
Okay.
Thank you. Councillor Mancinelli, go ahead.
Through the chair, can I follow up on that question a bit? I noticed that this is asking for residential high-rise. With that, how many floors do you think you'll be going?
It'll be 6-story.
6-story. And if I remember my Da Vinci properly on the tree, whatever's above ground has to be below ground as well to have something stand properly. So when you go down that low, you kind of make your own costing for the parking because you're going 6 stories up. Is that incorrect?
Sorry, is the question, will we be going 6 stories below?
To have 6 stories above ground causes you to dig deeper footings, also giving you more rooms in that building, which helps you with the costing for an underground parking structure, I believe. Maybe a better way to put it.
Is the question just, is it going to be more expensive to build lower? Are we building lower? Like,
Yeah.
it'll be 2 floors underground.
Yeah.
Yeah.
To my point exactly, I think on a 4-story development, you can still have footings at ground level. Once you start going 5 and 6, you
Okay.
have to go below level.
Gotcha.
And then it works into your business plan for affording underground parking because you're allowed to build to the 6-story.
Got it.
Wanted to make sure I understood that so I wasn't holding the next developer at bay because he was only going 4 stories and not affording.
Got it.
So is my understanding correct?
I'm not sure exactly still what your question is, Councillor.
So if you're only going 4 stories,
Yep.
you wouldn't have to dig as far underground, correct?
If we were only going, so we could, if this is an approved site, we wouldn't have to do any underground.
Yeah.
But you could, 6-story sites exist that don't have underground parking.
Okay. Does it help your business model going 6 stories to achieve the underground parking? And is there a shared cost basis for having to go that deep once you go the 6 stories? Yes or no?
So 6 stories is the max you can go with wood frame construction. So that's why you typically get to 6-story. So yes, the more density you can get, the more cost sharing you get for parking. I guess if that helps.
Okay, thank you.
Councillor Trimble, go ahead.
Oh, hi. Thank you. I was just looking at it, and it's right next to those Bantam properties where they all have that first level of retail.
Correct.
Was there any consideration, or is there any way to make that your first level as retail too, to sort of continue that retail street?
That was a consideration, and it's a fair question. We have been asked that. There wasn't a business case on this development for that.
Okay, and would it be a property that you could possibly change that to retail in the future? We've seen that with some other ones.
My understanding is in the zoning, we wouldn't have that flexibility with the high rise, so that we would have to do a rezone if we wanted down the road to put retail.
Okay, This might be a question for administration, so you can skip it if you want to. But I think this is in the Canterbury area where there actually is the architectural guidelines. Has there been look into how it matches those aesthetic guidelines?
If I'm allowed to pass that to administration,
Yeah, I will.
I'll do that.
Okay. Thank you so much for your proposal.
I see no other questions, so thanks for your presentation today, Dan. You can return to the gallery. Thank you. Okay, we'll now consider item CR 25-138, zoning bylaw amendment 2571 Broad Street, and I will ask Councillor Sicklys to please introduce the report.
Thank you. Through you, Mayor. We looked at this at Regina Planning Commission, and we agree with the recommendation from administration to rezone the property you just heard about from institutional zone to residential high-rise zone.
Thank you. Can I have someone move the report? Councillor Rasevich? And a seconder? Councillor Flores? Councillor Rasevich, would you like to speak to the report?
Nope, looking forward to the development.
Okay, thank you. Any questions from council members? Councillor Turnbull, go ahead.
Yes. Thank you to the chair. I guess my question to administrations are same ones I asked the delegate, which is about the delegate mentioned the zoning wouldn't necessarily allow for the retail to be on that first floor. And I was just wondering how that would work with the other retail sort of next to it if there was a change in the future.
Ms. Bredden?
Thank you through the chair. So the applicant requested for residential zoning and is not interested at this time in going to a commercial main floor development. I would say what these units would do, though, would have significant impact on the commercial that is located within the area, and certainly Canterbury Place, and help support those businesses. I think that business model, again, not being an expert, but I think that business model with commercial space on the main floor and residential above is a hard place to be in currently. And so I think the more we see development around areas like Canterbury Place that have that commercial area, we'll see more support for those businesses moving forward.
To the chair, if in the future that decision was made to make that first floor retail, they could come back for a zoning request or follow the process?
Thank you through the chair. So there would be, I would say, probably some significant structural things that might have to change in that building to go from residential to commercial, and also rezoning would have to occur, yes.
Okay, and then to the chair, I had asked about, I believe that is the one area where we do actually have architectural guidelines. So does it fit in with the architectural guidelines of the Canterbury area?
Thank you for that question. This is not within the Canterbury Place area, and so there are no architectural controls for this particular build.
Line of it then, so
it's close by. Yes, that's correct.
Okay. I guess those would be my two concerns. It certainly wouldn't stop this from going forward. I think it's still a positive impact, and so I will still go with the Planning Commission's recommendation. I do think that zoning would be my only comment.
Thank you, Councillor Zakiniak, go ahead.
Thank you. So first question is, why wasn't this already part of the primary intensification area, this parcel, this property?
Through the chair, I'll refer that question to Ms. Dawson, please.
Go ahead.
Thank you. Through the chair, it is a good question. When we went through and identified the primary intensification area, it was on the residential properties only, and since this is currently institutional, it was excluded. Right. And so what the ask is in the report is just to include it now that it's moving towards residential.
Okay, that makes sense. And then I support this, but I did want to ask about, just for my own clarity, is it currently the case that when like whether residential, commercial, or otherwise, structures are demolished, that it is entirely up to the discretion of the person who demolishes it as to what happens to that material, like whether it all gets landfilled or otherwise?
Thank you. Through the chair, yes, at this time it is certainly working within the regulations related specific to the landfill, and Mr. Doney might speak to that, please.
Through the chair, yes, this material could come to the landfill, and that's the default situation. Of course, we encourage everyone to recycle what they can. The one limitation would be asbestos, and they'd need to get a special permit for that, but still at the landfill.
But isn't it, and I think this is something that we haven't maybe talked about this council, but it is the case that at some point we're going to be considering additional like provisions within the industrial, commercial, institutional sector? Or no, sorry, is that, anyway, provisions of this regard and what they, when that, like just more information about that through the chair.
Yeah, through the chair. So on the IC&I regulations, that is for what you produce in the facility, so food waste, recycling, and garbage. For actual demolitions, that would be a future conversation at council, is whether or not we ever want to consider limiting or banning certain products coming to the landfill. That's not part of the current IC&I regulations.
Right. Can you give us a sense of when that actually may come forward to council, or do you not know?
Yeah, through the chair, it won't be for a few years yet, so we're working on the IC&I regulations as they stand currently, and I would say it would be late 2020s at the earliest.
Late 2020s. Okay, thank you. Oh, didn't mean to take us on a tangent, just wanted to touch on the demolition piece, but I support this. I think it's a great proposal, and I hope it goes forward.
Thank you. I see no other questions, so Councillor Rasevich, would you like to close debate?
Nope, let's just vote.
Okay, sounds good. Thank you. With that, I'll ask the clerk to start the vote, please.
Through you, Mayor, the motion is carried unanimously.
Thank you. With that, we'll now consider item CR 25-139, amendments to the Regina Administration Bylaw 2003-69 and the Public Notice Policy Bylaw 2020-28. And I'll ask Councillor Bizo to please introduce the report.
Give me 1 second, please. Thank you very much. Some technical issues. So in the Audit and Finance Committee, there was administration bylaws set out in the administration bylaw 2003-69, which was instructing administration for some financial strategies. To that perspective, I would ask Mr. Anderson, who's our CFO, to please discuss some of the policies around it.
Go ahead, Mr. Anderson.
Through the chair, thank you, Councillor. So yeah, the amendments to these bylaws, so in regards to the Regina Administration Bylaw, was just cleaning up some of the wording to align with some of our other policies, new position names internally, etc. It didn't change any of the core being. It did update some of, given that times have changed, some of the dollar amounts that have to come to council versus can be approved by different layers of administration, et cetera. The public notice bylaw, are we doing both at the same time? Sorry, Mr. Mayor. Yeah. I'm just making sure we're doing both bylaws at the same time.
Yes,
here.
we are.
Yeah. Okay. Changes to the public notice bylaw are really around how we issue the notice to the public for when we do debt issuances. The world's getting faster and faster, and the capital markets require a turnaround that isn't being met by the leader post currently. So, we're recommending that we use our other avenues for now to do public notice, as we can't really issue debt and do the leader post anymore. So that's the Coles notes.
Okay, thank you. With that, can I get someone to move the report? Councillor Mancinelli? Would you, and a seconder, please? That was three at the same, Councillor Siklees. And Councillor Mancinelli, would you like to speak to the report?
I guess just, appreciate all the changes. The leader post, when we had it in committee, you guys talked about some of the different forms of communication you might use. Just thought maybe council might appreciate a little bit of insight on that.
Thank you. Through the chair, thanks for the question, Councillor. Yeah, there are 3 avenues we currently use for public notice, leader post being one. One's the public notice board, and the other being on through the internet. We are keeping those other 2 because we can do them quick enough to meet the needs of the capital markets. It's just the leader post where we're having difficulty on using their timelines.
Thank you.
Okay, I'll go to questions from council members. Councillor Zakidniak, go ahead.
Thank you. So you mentioned that, first you said that we can't issue debt with using like the newspaper timelines, and then you said like we're having difficulty. So is it the case that it's just making it very difficult, or it's actually preventing us in some cases, like these newspaper timelines?
Mr. Anderson?
Through the chair, I would say we just issued debt this year under these standards. We can do it. The market is going to one-day settlement, so again, we're getting pretty technical here. Eventually, we won't be able to. But it puts incredible strain on our partners when we're issuing into the capital markets to get everything through that needs to. There's lots of ticking and bopping and things that have to happen, and it's really putting a strain on our ability to issue. And so we felt at this time, when we were cleaning up these other things, we would ask for it now rather than wait for when it will become actually impossible.
And when do we think that will happen? Like it becoming impossible? Do you have any sense of that?
Well, now you're talking, through the chair. My background in banking, it depends who you ask. Some bankers say they want it tomorrow. There's other countries that are in one-day settle. There's just lots of push. The world's moving really fast, so I would expect it to come relatively soon.
Okay. Now, this is only public notice for debt. There is the possibility that this change would be considered for other types of public notice in the future. I don't know if that's a question for you or for someone else through the chair.
Yeah, through the chair, that would.
Ms. Williams?
Through the chair, there is a possibility that would be something that would be considered for other things, but for today's meeting, the only thing that is being considered is for the debt and just those issues that are in the report. That's the only thing that is actually before council today.
Okay. And there was a consultation done with age-friendly Regina, who noted that they had concerns with, can you speak to that a bit about the consultation and whoever that's appropriate to speak to what age-friendly Regina's concerns were in terms of older adults?
Ms. Williams?
So I can speak to some of that through the chair. I can speak to some of that, and I believe communications was doing that engagement with Age-Friendly Regina when this came forward. It was part of a larger initiative at that time. The communication done with Age-Friendly Regina was part of a larger initiative to look at what sort of communication could be removed from some of these public notices. So we were talking about removing the newspaper from the public notice bylaw in some other areas as well at that time.
And again, as I indicated, this is only with respect to only these 4 issues. So it's difficult to say whether or not age-friendly Regina would necessarily have a difficult point with these 4 issues. What we can say, and I think Mr. Anderson may have indicated, or if not, he can confirm my position, is that we have not had delegations historically appear, even when this was advertised in public, in newspapers, appear on the debt issues. That has not historically been our experience, that people have shown up and delegations have appeared on those issues.
Is administration planning additional consultation with age-friendly Regina to ensure about this question of appropriate ways to ensure that we're engaging with folks in an age-friendly manner, or additional communication in general about how's our engagement with residents working on city issues, period, and what improvements might be able to be made?
And through the chair, I will pass that over to Kayla, to Ms. Lavoie, who is present from communications.
Ms. Lavoie, go ahead.
Yes, thank you, through the chair. So we did consult with Age-Friendly Regina earlier this year about it. They did conduct a survey back in 23-24. Their respondents did say that they do prefer ways of emails and newsletter and mail to get these things, as well as TV and newspaper. But again, it is, the portion of residents who are looking at this and who would be, giving us input on it.
Okay, and so I think the question was whether there's additional, I guess we'll start with this one, engagement plan with age-friendly Regina in terms of, to ensure that they, if we're taking this away, and it's perhaps going to happen in other public notice issues in the future, how can we ensure that we are getting the information out to residents? Doesn't have to just be elderly residents, but in this case, for them to be able to be informed and engage on city issues. Are we planning additional engagement with them or no?
Thank you, through the chair. I think we could look at additional engagement if we did expand this out further. We would, of course, continue to use the notice boards and Regina.ca as well, but we would be open to further engagement.
Okay, so you're saying if the idea is to expand it further, there can be additional engagement with age-friendly Regina specifically, or
as well as
whoever.
Wider Regina, yes, residents.
Sorry?
As well as wider Regina residents, we can look at that, yes.
Yeah, and I guess I would say, so I do have some concerns. I'm okay with supporting this. I understand the position of administration. I do want to make sure that we are supporting all residents to be able to get information about what we're talking about here and to engage with us. So, I mean, there's an age-friendly component because I think these are some of the folks who are still relying on newspapers. So yes, I think we should do that engagement, especially if it's going to be rolled out further. But I think it also gives the opportunity to just engage, period, how, lots of folks have no sense of what we're talking about here until after it's already been reported in the news. What are some ways that we can engage with folks to have them more aware of what's going on at City Hall? So, I mean, I think it's a broader question that perhaps if there's more widespread changes, it gives us the opportunity to do that engagement. Does that matches with what you're saying, I think? Yes?
Yes, absolutely.
Okay. Okay, thank you.
Thank you. I don't see any further questions here from council, so I'll go back to Councillor Mancinelli. Would you like to close debate?
No, I'm good, thank you.
Okay. With that, I'll ask the clerk to start the vote, please.
Through you, Mayor, the motion is carried unanimously.
Thank you. We'll now consider the following public notice bylaw. And I'll ask Deputy Mayor Flores to do first reading of bylaw 2025-82, the Regina Administration Amendment Bylaw 2025 number 6.
All right, I move, seconded by Councillor Turnbull, that bylaw number 2025-82 be introduced and read a first time.
Thank you. I'll ask the clerk to start the vote.
Through you, Mayor, first reading of the bylaw is carried unanimously.
Thank you. Deputy Mayor Flores, can you please do second reading of the bylaw?
I move, seconded by Councillor Radens, the bylaw number 2025-82 be read a second time.
Thank you. I'll ask the clerk to do, to start the vote on the second reading of the bylaw.
Through you, Mayor, second reading of the bylaw is carried unanimously.
Thank you. Deputy Mayor Flores, can you please do consent for third reading of the bylaw?
Sure. I move, seconded by Councillor Zakidniak, that bylaw number 2025-82 be go to third reading at this meeting.
Thank you. I'll ask the clerk to start the vote.
Through you, Mayor, consent for third reading is carried unanimously as required by law.
Thank you. Deputy Mayor Flores, can you please do final reading of the bylaw?
All right. I move, seconded by Councillor Mancinelli, that bylaw number 2025-82 be read a third time.
Thank you. I'll ask the clerk to start the vote.
Through you, Mayor, third and final reading of the bylaw is carried unanimously.
Thank you. We'll move on to delegations for 2026 citizen appointments to boards and committees, CR 25-142. So I'd like to call upon delegation D 25-215, Russell Schneider. Is there Russell Schneider in the gallery? Not able to make it? Okay. Okay, so we'll move to communications for CR 25-142, 2026 citizen appointments to boards and committees. So we have communication on item CR 25-142. Sorry, two communications now. Can I have a motion to receive and file the following communications? CP 25-155, Alicia Johnson, and CP 25-157 for Russell Schneider. Councillor Mancinelli, thank you. And seconder, Councillor Fro. I'll call the question. Any opposed? And carried. Okay, we'll now consider item CR 25-142, 2026 citizen appointments to boards and committees. And I'll ask Councillor Flores to please introduce the report.
1 second. Thank you for that. So this is the citizen appointment to boards and committees, and this was recommended at executive committee to be brought forward to this meeting.
Okay, thank you. Can I have someone move the report? Councillor Sickles. And a seconder, Councillor Mancinelli. Councillor Sickles, do you wish to speak to the report?
I do not, thank you.
Okay. Any questions on the report? Councillor Turnbull, go ahead.
Yes, to the chair, I do want to talk about this report a little bit. I just had some questions. To the chair, to Amin, do you know how many applications or resumes we usually receive for these committees or report size?
Go ahead. Ms. Ackerman?
Through you, Chair, it varies each year, just depending upon which committees we advertise for and how much interest there is for those respective committees.
Okay, do we know how many were received for this particular one, or are we allowed to say that?
Ms. Ackerman?
Through you, Chair, I don't have that exact number for the total number of applicants, but yes, definitely that would be something that we would be able to publicly share, but I don't have that number handy.
Okay, I do want to ask about these committees of how much of it information we do record or provide to the public for accountability and transparency. Do we ever say why we choose people for committees publicly? Do we ever say what the vote count is or the tallies for any of these committees?
Ms. Ackerman, go ahead.
Through you, Chair, it would depend on some of the questions that get answered. The applications do have individuals' private information on it, which is why we do consider them in an in-camera session. And then executive committee then makes a recommendation out of those meetings based on those deliberations on the recommendations that they wish for council to consider for approval.
Okay, and when do we do, if someone from the public or citizen wanted to know why we chose someone for a committee, do we have any reasoning, any matrices, anything that they could look at why someone was chosen over another person?
Ms. Ackerman?
Through you, Chair, there are subcommittees that are developed that consider the applications and they are aware of the skill sets that they are looking for each of those committees, and based on their knowledge and the skills that they are looking for, they make recommendations to the executive committee.
So with those recommendations, is there any Freedom of Information Act or any sort of record that anyone could get on why someone is chosen for a committee?
Ms. Ackerman?
Through you, Chair, I would say that that would be the appropriate means, and when it went through that process, it would be determined at that point in time, based on the request for information, what information would be appropriate to release based on the request for information.
And is there any tracking, or are things usually just off the record?
Go ahead, Ms. Ackerman.
Through you, Chair, apologies, Councillor Turnbull, but I don't know that I understand your question.
Okay. I would like to say something about these committees. So these committees actually affect a great deal of our decisions. We've got the HR committee, which is going to be looking at hiring a new city manager.
Councillor Turnbull, this is the citizen appointments. This isn't the elected official appointments.
Not that one, okay. The Board of Police Commissioners, which will be hiring a chief of police. We have the Planning Commission, which makes the decisions for the things what are homes. We've got the Real Board, which is going to look at a new CEO. We've got economic development. We've got all our municipal corps. We've got libraries who are building new buildings. And all of these are the board appointments for the community who actually are the ones who make the decisions. And I get asked all the time how people end up with these things. And all of these decisions are in front of us as part of these committees. And there's a quote we've been using today, which anything done rushed is not done well. And this is why I would like to move this for next executive or whatever. Because when we discussed this last week, when we discussed this, council began its meeting at 9 o'clock in the morning, and it continued until 8 with very little breaks, and that was more than a.
Councillor Turnbull?
Yeah.
Can I just check
Yeah.
with the clerk here for a second? Yeah, Councillor Turnbull, we can't get into private meeting, private exec meeting details and conversation there. So could we move on to the point you're getting to here? Because we can't talk about a meeting that was a private meeting.
I am not talking about the meeting. I am talking about when the meeting was and being.
That is talking about the meeting. So.
Okay, should I go in camera? Okay,
That might
we'll
be
go in
better
camera.
if you want to talk about that meeting, so we
Yes.
can do that. So if you want to make a motion for that,
Sure, I'd like to make a motion to go on camera.
to discuss the committee, we'll say the citizen appointments to boards?
Sure.
Okay. Okay, I'll ask I'll let Mr. Nichol clarify something first, and then I'll ask my colleagues if they're okay going in camera. Mr.
Thank you,
Nichol, go
Mayor.
ahead.
Thank you for your indulgence. I just want to make clear for Councillor Turnbull, all councillors, members, and the public, these committees before you do not, in all but the most exceptional circumstance, have the final say. They make recommendations to council. So it was stated that they're making decisions, and outside of a couple of things that are delegated to the Regina Planning Commission, like a park name perhaps, they are not, they come to council.
Okay, thank you for that clarification. I'll check with my colleagues if, can I get a seconder for going in camera? Okay, Councillor Zakidniak. Is anyone opposed to going in camera? Councillor Sickles, Councillor Mancinelli, Councillor Bezo. Okay, it's carried. We'll go in camera and we'll be back shortly. Okay, so we went in camera to discuss some matters that were discussed in private and related to this item, and no decisions were made. So I'll go back to you, Councillor Turnbull. Go ahead.
I would like to make a motion to refer this to the November 26th private executive meeting.
Okay, so with that, just referrals are non-debatable, so I'll just look for a seconder for the referral. Is there a seconder for the referral motion? Councillor Zakidniak? Okay, I'll ask the clerk to start the vote on the referral motion. Councillor Radens, can I get your verbal vote, please? Sorry, let me get your mic.
Yes.
We're missing some members' votes. Microphone again. Through you, Mayor, the referral is lost in a vote of 8-2. The following members voting in favor as follows: Councillor Turnbull, Zakidniak, and Radins. Those voting against were Councillors Fro, Sickles, Mancinelli, Burton, Flores, Rasevich, and Mayor Bashinsky. Councillor Bezo was temporarily away for the vote.
Go ahead.
Through you, Chair, apologies, my math was incorrect. The motion was lost in a vote result of 7-3, not 8-3.
Okay, any further questions from council members on this report? Seeing none, Councillor Sickles, would you like to close debate? Oh, at the wire. Councillor Mancinelli?
Yeah, you're really quick there, Mayor. Actually, I just looked over my years on these committees, how much work goes forth, and I just wanted to say thanks to the citizens who put their name forward to help us run the city. Their input and skills are appreciated.
Okay. Any further questions? Councillor Sickles, would you like to close debate?
No, Mayor, I would not.
Okay, I'll ask the clerk to start the vote, please.
Through you, Mayor, the motion is carried unanimously.
Okay, thank you. Okay, we'll move on to delegations for CR 25-143, 2026 elected official committee appointments. I'd like to call upon delegation DE 25-216, Bill Ottenbright. Is there a Bill Ottenbright in the gallery? Okay, can I have a motion to receive and file communication CP 25-158, Bill Ottenbright? Counselor Fro, and seconder, Counselor Mancinelli. And any opposed? And carried. Okay, we'll now consider item CR 25-143, 2026 elected official committee appointments. I'll ask Councillor Flores to please introduce the report.
Through you, Mayor, this is the, through Executive Committee, the elected official appointments to the different boards and committees.
Okay, thank you.
That's what it is.
Don't you have cheese?
Okay, can I have someone move the report? Councillor Fro, and a seconder, Councillor Mancinelli. Councillor Fro, would you like to speak to the report?
No.
Okay, any questions from members on the report? I see Councillor Mancinelli, go ahead.
Being as this was an in-camera debate to start with, and I have to ask for a change to the appointments I'm listed to in camera, I'd like to go in camera to discuss it for a second.
Okay, Councillor Zakiniak, do you have something to add to that?
Yes, so while we're going in camera, I would also like to receive some legal advice and just some confidential questions regarding the committee appointment process.
Okay, so Councillor Mancinelli moved to go in camera. Councillor Zakiniak, can I take that as a seconder from you to go in camera?
You can.
Thank you very much. Any opposed to going in camera? Councillor Siklees? Okay, it's carried. We will go in camera. Okay, thank you for your patience. So we went in camera again to receive some confidential information about a private meeting, and no decisions were made. So with that, I'm going to go to Councillor Mancinelli.
Just to follow up on the mayor said, confidential meeting for putting the nominations out for these committees. I wanted to withdraw my name from the RD bid, and I've done that. I'd like to nominate Councillor Turnbull, and that was why I pulled out to discuss, being it was started out in confidence. I had to continue that way, and now it becomes public.
Thank you, Councillor Mancinelli. Councillor Turnbull, do you accept that nomination?
Yes, I do. Thank you so much, and thanks to all of council. I look forward to it.
Okay, so Councillor Mancinelli, would you like to put that forward as an amendment?
Please.
Okay, and can I get a seconder for that? Councillor Radens? Any questions from council members on that amendment? Seeing none. Councillor Mancinelli, any closing comments on that amendment?
I'm just happy to share around some of the duties of council. I know Councillor Turnbull takes it really serious, and happy for her to get a little bit of experience on the committee.
Perfect, thank you. Okay, with that, I'll ask the clerk to start the vote, please. On the amendment. Councillor Zakiniak, do you want to vote verbally? Go ahead.
In favor.
Thank you.
Through you, Mayor, the amendment is carried unanimously.
Thank you. We'll go back to the main motion as amended. Any further questions from any council members? Seeing none, I'll go to Councillor Fro. Would you like to close debate? No. Okay. Okay, with that, I will ask the clerk to start the vote on the main motion as amended. Councillor Zakiniak, I'll get your verbal vote.
In favor.
Thank you.
Through you, Mayor, the main motion as amended is carried unanimously.
Thank you. Okay, we'll move on to delegations for... Sorry, we are at a mandatory break, 4:19. You can't make this stuff up. Okay, we'll take 15 minutes, exactly 15 minutes, and we'll be back at 4:35, please. Okay, if I could get members to take their seats, please. Okay, I'll call the meeting back to order. Thank you for your patience, everyone. Okay, we'll start with delegations for CR 25-144, City of Regina's role in well-being and homelessness. First, I'd like to call upon delegation DE 25-218, Beverly McDougald. Hi, Beverly. I'll get you to introduce yourself for the record, the organization you're representing, if any, what city or town you reside in. You'll have 5 minutes to address City Council, after which you'll have the opportunity to respond to any questions council members may have for you. Go ahead whenever you are ready.
Through the chair, I am going to call this the long walk. When the police tear down an encampment, where are these people are supposed to go to lie down and sleep? Sleep is a human right, and its deprivation is considered torture by the Geneva Convention of 1949. But the unhoused people in Regina are made to walk around aimlessly forever with no place to lie down and sleep. What do you think happens to the brain without sleep? After 24 hours, you have trouble making decisions and solving problems. After 48 hours, you have problems controlling your emotions and behavior and coping with change. After 3 or 4 days without sleep, you can start hallucinating. We are causing mental illness. Cults use sleep deprivation, and so did Hitler. I guess the question is, where to sleep? We have lots of empty federal buildings that are heated all night, like HMCS Queen and the Army Barracks. The Prime Minister Carney wants to train 300,000 federal and provincial employees to be inducted into supplementary reserve. Right now, it is made up of inactive and retired members for emergencies. Isn't this an emergency? Can we not use these buildings? Can we not use these people? We use them when for the nursing homes during COVID.
Okay, thank you for your presentation. Do any members of council have any questions? Okay, seeing none, thank you for your presentation today. You can return to the gallery. Okay, I'd like to call upon delegation DE 25-219, Jason Knutson and Rob Crosher. And once you guys are settled, you can introduce yourself for the record, the organization you're representing, if any, today, what city or town you reside in. You'll have 5 minutes as well, and we'll can answer any questions after.
Okay.
Go ahead when you're ready.
Thank you. I'm Jason Knutson, and this is Rob Krauscher. We're here representing the Regina Street Team Incorporated, an independent nonprofit entity that was created to carry on the work of the Regina Street Team. The entity is not a reaction to recent events. It's a proactive solution that's been in development for upwards of a year. So following early discussions with the city about finding a permanent home for RST, we began building this framework with the support of the current RST administration. In fact, our initial research trip to Winnipeg was specifically to study how their downtown community safety partnership successfully absorbed a team similar to our old community support program from their downtown biz. We've done the homework to ensure that it works. So I'd also like to acknowledge that you guys have a difficult position. I don't envy anyone in this room. You guys have inherited a set of financial challenges and deficits that were not your making, and now you have the responsibility to solve that. So I'm not here to add to that burden. I'm here to offer partnership and hopefully can lighten that load a little bit. Excuse me. We're speaking obviously on the recommendation before council here, and we think that we would be in favor of funding going towards a different CBO. We don't believe that coming under the city would be the best option for the Regina Street team, and we think it probably makes the most sense for that to go to an organization that was created for the sole purpose of absorbing the street team. So I'd like to acknowledge the Regina Downtown Business Improvement District. They took a risk by incubating this pilot program, originally the community support program, and then eventually the Regina Street team. Because of that incubation and the incredible effort of the staff on the ground, the Regina Street team became a fixture in this city, earning trust, notoriety, and a pretty solid reputation. However, transitioning to an independent entity has been the strategic goal since the street team's inception. While CSIR was still active, we were already working together to find a permanent home for the team. We recognized early on that our biggest vulnerability has always been being solely reliant on the municipal funding from Regina. So we've already made great strides in addressing some of that vulnerability by being able to bring the province on board with some of the things we're doing, gaining additional funding through them. And we believe becoming a nonprofit is the key to unlocking the next level of sustainability for this team. It creates opportunities for private and corporate sponsorship, which discussions have already been taking place. Ultimately, a business improvement district is governed by a board designed for businesses. A street outreach team requires governance designed for social well-being. Trying to keep them together forever is forcing a square peg through a round hole, and this has been obvious for quite some time. The program has succeeded beyond the capacity of the incubator. Moving to an independent nonprofit is simply that natural evolution of this program. We agree with the administration's assessment that RD Bid was no longer the right home for this work. Again, the divergence between a business mission and a social mission has just become too great at this juncture. With those challenges, it came to a head about last year, and we met with city officials to discuss this exact same option that is before you right now. Through those detailed discussions, the conclusion was clear: the city's not the place for this program. And it's worth noting that administration that we worked with, they're no longer with the city, so those discussions kind of halted, I think, potentially prematurely. But last we heard, it just wasn't the right move for the team to move under the city. So I'm curious what's changed since then. If the city wasn't, ready to absorb the program then, why would it be ready to absorb the program now? So the other option is the city could take it and create a new costly administrative structure, make new positions, cost more money, and we don't think that's necessary. We think that we're perfectly capable of using the Regina Street Team Incorporated to take on that load.
30 seconds left.
Okay. Let me skip ahead then. I think the biggest issue we face is that there's been a lot of talk about how a lot of the things that we do fall under provincial jurisdiction. I don't think it would be setting a good precedent for the city to just step up and say, no, actually we'll take on doing this, all this administrative load and looking after these things. I agree that a lot of this is provincial jurisdiction. We've been able to get provincial funding. Being our own CBO would allow us to explore more funding options. We were excited to come before council this year prior to recent events and talk about how we'd actually like to take less money from the taxpayers of Regina. The street team has been something that Rob and I have worked on since the day it was conceived. It's become like a child to us. We take this work very seriously, and we just know that it's important that it keeps going.
Okay. Thank you. Thanks for the presentation. I'll look to my colleagues for questions. Councillor Fro, go ahead.
Yeah, thank you through the chair. And first, to you both, thank you for caring about our community and your support of the most vulnerable. Appreciate that. My question, I don't want to speak about any specific entity that's best sort of suited to do this work, but my question to you is maybe elaborate a little bit more for us, if you could, on the nature of the work and why an organization outside of municipal government may be best suited to do that really unique and important work in the community. Not a specific entity, but why it's important, and maybe give some examples as to why that might need to be structured outside of the city proper.
Okay. From its inception, the idea was that having a non-uniformed presence is probably the best approach when you're dealing with members of vulnerable communities. And it's not to say that the city doesn't have wonderful people working for them, but it is a government institution, and there's a lot of mistrust with people living rough on the streets when dealing with government institutions. So having us come under the city, it would create kind of a power imbalance that we don't want to have. Currently, we're seen as peers because the people that make up the street team are peers of the folks who are living rough. We hire and employ people who have a large amount of lived experience as well as professional experience to do the work that is quite challenging, quite taxing. There's a lot of agility required to do the work, and sometimes decisions need to be made quite quickly. And not to knock the city at all, but the bureaucracy involved with large government organizations would make it challenging to do some of that work. But really what it comes down to is the Regina Street Team built the trust that it has with the community because of the fine people in the room here that have done the work with those people. That trust could be shaken quite dramatically if we were to move under the city, or even moving underneath a different organization that might not have that same amount of direct trust with the people living out there. Do you have anything to add to that?
I agree with that. Like the nature of the work, that's what you're asking about. It's hard to describe. So I'm a registered social worker, and the nature of the work that I do has the university asking how we can redo social work and going and speaking to students, because the stuff that we do is not regular social work. The counseling is not regular, it's crisis counseling. Because I'll admit, I have a list of people that I have counseled over time, and I have a good chunk of that list has deceased written over it. And they're not people that I'm counseling anymore, because that's just the way it is on the streets. I'm really trying to find the right words to explain the nature, because there's no, we're very protective of our loved ones on the street in a sense of, we don't just let media come with us to see what's happening and things like that, because these are people that are lots of times at their lowest, and it doesn't necessarily need to be displayed in that way. So the nature of the work, you take on everything, and it has been like 7 days a week, so many hours a day since it started, and for a couple years before that, building up to this. We're accepted into North Central, which is one of the hardest areas to gain acceptance as an organization coming from the outside. And that was built through showing up continuously. Anytime you said you're going to be somewhere, you were there. And doing work with the organizations in North Central and in Heritage and all over the city. But that work would not continue in North Central if it was transferred over to some of the options and like what's being discussed under the city or anything, or any kind of encampment thing, because the people don't see us like that, and as soon as they do, then that's the end of it. So I think the nature of the work becomes the fact that we are all human and we treat people no different than anyone else. These are like the people out there are like they've become my friends, some like family. We say I love you, like it is not regular work. And that's what sets it apart, is the fact that it is more human, and we can't be a part of the bureaucratic process of it, because we can't have anything slow down the emergent needs of the people that need it. So it just doesn't work. I hope that answers.
No, it does. Thanks, guys. My last question, given that we're talking today in part about the city's role to address houselessness. Certainly later on we'll be talking about our role as it relates to housing. But just given the work that you do, I'd be curious if you have any perspectives as to how you see the city's role in terms of supporting the unhoused and those that are at risk and vulnerable. What should we double down and be good at versus leave to others to do well? Thanks very much for your presentation and time today.
Thank you. I very much like that question. We, the street team, and me in particular, I'm really focused on the strength-based approach, and I think you're hitting that nail on the head right now. I think what the city does very, very well is provide that support and infrastructure, and what the street team does well is that boots on the ground working with people. We know that we're in the middle of a housing crisis. I think the city's better investment is to make as much housing available as possible, reach out to folks like Pallet Shelter Canada and other groups that are able to do, the tiny home gated communities. You guys can lay that groundwork and develop that infrastructure, and we can get people to be staying there so that they're not living rough on the streets anymore. So really, I think the city carry on doing the things that the city is great at and providing for the citizens that work here, and let us try to reduce this strain that's being placed on everybody.
Thank you. Councillor Rasevich, go ahead.
Through the chair. Just, you talked about funding, like, when you were presenting. I just want so has the funding changed over the years, I guess, since you've been with the street team, like in terms of where it's coming from, or, you just kind of want to know where it's coming from currently?
Sure.
Like, and I don't know if you know the amounts, or, or just, roughly. I'm just kind of curious.
So I no longer have access to my computer and all of my work files.
That's just rough.
But when we were CSP, and there was a couple turnovers that occurred when I started and the majority of the team started at that time, we had to present before council, and we actually had our budget reduced then, and it was, I think, roughly $400,000 a year. Then the team was highly successful, and we were able to turn things around a little bit, and that budget has since increased. The majority of it still comes from the city, I believe around the 800 mark. And then 2 sets of $300 that came from the province, and there's $100,000 that's been committed by the police year after year since the program inception as well. So I want to say 1.4-ish total.
Okay.
Yeah, and some of the funding was that came from the city. I believe that was from federal to the city to disperse. That's so there's the emergency treatment fund. I believe there's an encampment one.
Yeah.
Yeah. So we're.
Okay. So it's kind of some from the police, some maybe from federal to the city to there, and then just from some from the city.
Some from the province.
Yeah, from some from the province. Yeah.
Yeah.
Some from the province.
Yeah.
Okay. Well, I'll ask administration. I'm just kind of curious. I want to know just numbers. Thanks, guys.
Yeah.
Okay, Councillor Turnbull, go ahead.
Oh. Hi, thanks to the chair. Thanks so much for being here. You have such a wealth of knowledge of the history of the street team, and definitely have some questions for you. Can you sort of speak to the evolution of the street team to kind of how the vision started to kind of how we got to this transition point we're at now, or it's a.
Sure. Okay, so originally the street team began operations during the COVID era, when folks were staying home. The issues downtown became more visible. Issues that we've been facing for a long time, but the visibility wasn't there, and COVID really drove that point home. The city was also working on their community safety and well-being plan at that time, and This was one of the recommendations from that, and I got to say, I love that plan, by the way. I think it was a really well-made plan. The people who made it are brilliant and wonderful folks. But that CSWB plan suggested that something needed to be done, and thankfully the Regina Downtown was able to step up to the plate and take a risk, and they started that CSP program. The program was quite small and really was just addressing non-emergent issues in the downtown area directly, and it was, you know, handing out water, handing out snacks, and doing some really basic service navigation. And very quickly it became apparent that there needed to be more done to help folks. Over time, CSIR was developed and implemented, and they kind of took on the lead of looking after how that funding would be allocated. And it was recommended by folks at the city that Rob and I get in touch with each other and see if we could make something work, potentially collaborating and or making a new program. And we were able to come together and agree that Regina Street Team is a good name. And we were able to find that there's a healthy amount of conflict between the way we both operate, that we were able to do some pretty awesome problem solving together. It took a bit for Rob and I to get on the same page on some things, but that's good because collaborative decision making kind of breeds creative solutions. So with CSIR kind of guiding and the bid supporting, we were able to form the Regina Street Team, and that was where things really started to pick up. So that was where we started getting the provincial funding and different funding opportunities. We were able to expand the team and deliver some pretty positive data and some really quality outcomes. It was initially sort of a business-focused response when it was still CSP, just to look after things downtown. And then it evolved when RST came in to be more of a human-centered and really, I think, touching more on the essence of that CSWB plan. I hope that answers it.
Perfect. So one of the reports we're considering is largely about encampments, and I know that that's a little bit of a pivot for the proposed street team, and that is to support the encampment outreach, sort of acting as like a point person or navigation. And I was wondering, how do you feel about that evolution, and how do you feel about a future street team sort of being that point person at encampments?
So this is, I have mixed feelings on this because this is one where I feel like there's potential for scope to creep into the realm of enforcement. And again, leading back to another question that was asked, having direct ties to the city, being underneath the city, would add to that potential misunderstanding of the mission. We might have folks in the community who think that we're just another branch of enforcement rather than being that, you know, trauma-informed, person-centered approach. We are already working with encampments. The goal is so that there shouldn't be anybody living on the street unless for some reason they choose to live on the street. I truly believe that involuntary houselessness is a problem that can be solved, and I know that might sound a little out there to some folks, but I do believe that there are solutions that exist, and they are cost effective. But us being directly tied as some kind of encampment response team, I think would take away from a lot of the important work that we do, which is more than just showing up in encampments and trying to get people out of there. It really is, it can be a slow process to build relationships with people who don't have a lot of trust for systems. So being, again, a part of a new system, I think could set us back a little bit on that. That's not saying we don't want to be part of it. I just don't know if we're that central piece directly related to encampments in the way that I think things might progress.
Okay. If, just to clarify, so you're a little bit concerned that'd be more of an enforcement role versus it would be more of a remove people role than take care of people? Is that, I'm trying to.
No, I think you hit it.
Yeah, like, that's how I feel too. And that's always been a big concern, because that's not what we do. And the other thing is also, the fear of like kind of being put in the position where we have to, because we have knowledge of where the encampments are in the places that people aren't going, that it falls on us to take people to those encampments, and then the dismantling process, because a lot of the people that we see in North Central and Heritage and the very, very well hidden ones all over the city, we're not necessarily like reporting it as that, because we're working on trying to get these people to where they can go, and right now as we all know, there isn't places for them to go. So it's really tricky. It's it puts us in a horrible spot of, do we lose the trust of the people that we built, like we've worked so hard to build and that we have on the street, to make it so that there isn't an encampment that day, but it just sets up down the street? That just seems like something I don't see like the resources being utilized well in that sense. So I do worry it would be enforcement, and I do worry that we would be put in for like, essentially, it's still hard to get out of that. But I do worry that it's something that puts everybody in a bad spot, and it just doesn't, it's not something I could do.
Okay, the current allotment also has quite a bit of, there's something data evaluation and research advisor. So I was wondering, in your opinion, how much data is required, or that sort of thing, how important it is not important, prioritized in the triage of the crisis?
I think there's enough infrastructure in place currently that we probably don't need to add more to that. I think the allotment is perhaps a little backwards. I think there should be more money going to the groups that are doing the work and less money going to the administration of the work. Coordinated access exists. The Regina Street Team was able to be the only non-Reaching Homes funded program to gain access to HIFIS. I think using that system reduces the need for a lot of that additional IT and analytic infrastructure. We also can outsource and have outsourced some of those things too. Like there are many data analysts and data scientists who like to do community work on the side. I don't think it needs to necessarily be a big formal thing. I also worry that increasing that too much and focusing in that area too much is going to paint the picture that we're once again trying to study people who have been studied to death. So I don't think it's necessary. I don't think increasing the amount of administration is what's needed. I also don't think we need to expand the team to become some massive organization with 60 different outreach workers doing the work. I think we need housing and shelter space available so the tight-knit, highly successful team can do their work and get people into those spaces.
Okay, and how important are relationships when you're doing this work with different groups of people, and how important are the relationships?
Is there a number higher than 100%?
Yeah, there's, I mean, I think every counselor here can attest to the numbers showing up in their email boxes, I'm sure. The relationships mean everything. And I understand that a lot of times in business and making decisions with money, the relationships don't come into it as much, but this is like, that's what the team's foundation is built on, is relationships with organizations, with people. It's built on trust, it's built on showing up, and it's built on transparency and telling the truth, and that's what we do. And the relationships mean everything. You have organizations and people that sending messages and stuff that normally aren't allowed to speak on things, and they're willing to because they know that the amount of work and the I don't know how to say, like almost like deals we've brokered, but like in order to facilitate people getting fast-tracked into detox and treatment, the ones on the street, and there's all these things, and I guess the word fandangle comes to mind, but like it's like making some kind of magic happen, and each team member has their own special way of doing it, but that's all relationships, because we can't do any of that without the help of other organizations, because it doesn't matter who you know, if they don't like you, they're not going to help you. So, and it's not about liking, it's just about they appreciate the work that's being taken off their plate by us being able to do what their mandates won't let them. And that's what ultimately comes down to the fact that in order for the Regina Street Team to carry on doing what it was doing, it needs to be able to have that freedom to do that. Otherwise it affects other organizations because all of that stuff just won't happen anymore. And then the numbers are, the amount of people getting into detox and treatment and things like that, medical appointments that we have been caught up on, and things like that is like, it's astronomical what has been done. And I think just taking a look at those actual numbers, not like, I realize when people speak, they just have to list out a few numbers. You only have a certain amount of time, but looking at the real data to see it's eye-opening, the amount of progress that has been made. And that is all through relationships. It doesn't, you could do that for free. It doesn't cost anything to have relationships, but all the money in the world won't buy good ones, so.
Okay, did you have a community engagement budget line previously? Like, was there budget for that?
We didn't need one, I don't think. Like, our community engagement's just like going out. So, I've always been one that when like, I'm speaking of back then, it's just, well, I'll just go see them. And like, it's just going to the office of an ED of a different organization. That's all we ever did. It's texting and calling. There's so many organizations that are just, it's face to face because that's what it is. And then you can get down to the nitty gritty of what needs to be done. And not every single organization, there's some that don't buy into things because they have a set standard, but that's okay. They still find ways around to support people, and that's really what matters.
Okay, and then I guess the question I've been asking every delegation is, if you had $2.5 million to put towards houselessness, how would you most effectively use it in Regina?
Me personally, I would reach out to Pallet Shelter Canada. Last time I spoke with them, they believe that they can put together 50 units for roughly $2 million, and that's designed to be for high acuity individuals. It's a gated community. It's not an eyesore. It's not something that you'd have to worry about people complaining about being in their backyard. They're lovely. You can design them to look however you want. They have services on site. They're also extremely safe. So I think if there was some spare money kicking around to really make a difference, your best bang for your buck is going to be that.
Okay.
Yeah, and if I can add to that, like encampments aren't going to go away, and I'm just going to be honest, and it's like, whether people consider them eyesores or whatever, this is what people are forced to do when there is nothing else. And if I was forced out of my home or didn't have rent money, my family would be, and I would know some really good spots where no one would find us, but we would be doing the same thing because you survive, and that's what it's about. So they aren't going to go away, and you can tear them down as much as you want, but they will still pop right back up. And we've listened to the frustrations of like police when we talk to them, and they're like, it gets to be like, what's the point? There's nowhere for them to go. And people know this. So in a perfect world, it wouldn't just be a limit on $2.5 million, because I don't know if that necessarily even makes a dent in it by the time you administrate, by the time you dish it out and do whatever. In a perfect world, organizations would be the ones that wanted to have first stage and second stage housing and harm reduction housing or sober living treatment centers that are here in the city, to have housing where women can bring their children while they go to treatment and have somebody watch their children, so they, instead of getting social services involved, because these things happen. And it's a lot harder for women with children to enter treatment than it is for their partner, because it is usually the woman that will stay at home with the kid and be forced to choose. And we see that a lot, and we've lost a lot of people to that. So I would love to see money given to that. And it isn't even about the money for, if this was about the street team right now, it's like there's other ways to get money. There's funding, there's grants. It wasn't accessible to do that before. The structure that was there would not being its own nonprofit, but the Street Team Incorporated would have that, and that takes, like Jason said earlier, that takes the onus off. We're not trying to get more taxpayer money. Like this is always supposed to be about community, for community, and that was one of the things I always said, because it'll be community that saves us. It won't be the government. Like, I don't want to sit around and beg for funds, like from government officials and do whatever. We just want to do the work, and there's grants out there for that. And I realize that's like the most backwards thing to say when you're sitting in front of city council, but it really isn't. Like, we are not trying to get rich here. And I think if you saw the stats on what we were getting paid, you would know that. So, I don't know, spread it around. That's how I feel. Like, give it to the people doing the work.
Yeah, there's a lot of organizations that are doing really amazing work. We're lucky that we have such a strong community full of CBOs that do really amazing work. It would be nice even just to have help advocating for some of these other organizations, and that lends itself to how the street team has been able to get such a good reputation with other CBOs. Is we're not competing for funding with other people. Like, we enhance the ability of every organization that we work with to do their jobs, and we will advocate for them to get the resources that they need to do the good work that they do. And we have a lot of interested people and a lot of folks in the community that believe that we can make a pretty serious difference, and it doesn't need to just all come out of the city coffers.
Okay. Well, thank you so much for your time and being here. I'll let other councillors ask some questions too.
Thank you. Councillor Flores, go ahead.
Thank you. Thank you through the chair. Thank you for being here and for all the work that you've done in the community. Earlier you mentioned that you had incorporated, and when you say that, you mean that, like, outside of the existing thing, you've incorporated yourselves as something named Street Team?
So when we met with the city towards the end of last year, beginning of this year, and it was decided not the best time or not the best fit for us to move to the city, we knew that it still wasn't the best fit, and it couldn't be under the bid forever either. And we actually had begun that process with RD Bid Administration to become our own nonprofit. We did a trip with them to Winnipeg to meet with their team, and look at, avoiding some of the pitfalls that they would have encountered early on, and just try to make it as seamless as possible. And that was the plan up until very recently.
So when did you become incorporated?
I can't remember the exact date. I believe it was officially October something.
All right. And through this, are you guys funded? Is there funding coming through this new street team organization?
No.
Not currently. We've been in talks with a bunch of different folks, but things kind of, when the plan was revealed to have changed to us, we kind of paused for a bit to, we were directed that we should give the city time to figure it out, so we did.
All right.
Yeah.
Thank you for that. That's all for me. Thank you.
Thank you. Seeing no other questions, thank you guys for your presentation today. You can return to the gallery. Thank you.
Thank you.
Next, I'd like to call upon Delegation DE 25-220, Florence Stratton. Okay, once you're ready, Florence, I'll get you to introduce yourself for the record, the organization you're representing today, if any, what city or town you reside in, and then you'll have 5 minutes to address council, after which you'll have the opportunity to respond to any questions council may have. Go ahead whenever you're ready.
Florence Stratton. I live in Regina, and I'm representing myself. A week ago, you heard what I had to say about encampments and ending houselessness. I will do my best not to repeat myself, at least not too often. There are, in my view, 3 main issues. First, the money question. It is mainly on the basis of cost that administration did not recommend a sanctioned encampment site. However, the cost projected was absurdly high. I will refer you once again to the Citizens Encampment Strategy. The only real cost here is for a couple of porta potties. Administration did, however, recommend an outreach-based approach, which would have the following goal: to support individuals living in encampments to access housing, and to also prevent entrenchment of encampments. It should be noted that the two parts of the goal contradict one another. As everyone knows, there is little or no affordable housing in Regina for unhoused people to access. Hence, the entrenchment of encampments is inevitable. Sorry. Moreover, this approach too would cost a lot of money for more staff, for the expansion of the Regina Street Team, and so on. What is obviously needed is affordable rental housing. That is, units with rent calculated at not more than 30% of the renter's income. Providing such units is where the City of Regina should be putting its money. This takes me to the second issue, the question of jurisdiction. I'm so tired of City Council squabbling over what level of government is responsible for housing. Of course, the City of Regina can't solve its houselessness crisis all on its own. It will need both provincial and federal money to do so. But it can do its part. How much money should the City of Regina put into the construction of affordable rental housing? How about 10% of the Regina Police Service operating budget, which last year would have amounted to about $12 million? The declared vision of the RPS is keep Regina safe. Unhoused people are the least safe people in our city. So until there are no more unhoused people in Regina, let's devote 10% of the RPS operating budget to the building of affordable rental housing. But $12 million is not going to do it. The provincial and federal governments must also do their part. There are over 400 vacant Sask housing units in Regina. How about City Council putting pressure on the province to make these units available for occupation? And if the province says no, ask them to hand the units over to the city to make available for occupation. As for the federal government, how about the City of Regina launching a campaign to get the federal government to restart the National Affordable Housing Program, canceled in 1993, which for a period created up to 20,000 affordable housing units every year. To move on to my third issue, the question of language. There's way too much fear-mongering going on in our city in regard to unhoused people. They're dangerous. I don't want any of them near my neighborhood. I'm afraid to go downtown. There are too many unhoused people. We've all heard such comments. Maybe we've even made them. There are two problems with this use of the language of safety. First, there is the truth factor. It is not those of us who have roofs over our heads who are unsafe, but people who are unhoused. The average life expectancy of an unhoused person in Canada is about 18 years shorter than that of the general population. Quite a number of city councillors have come out to Sunday Fun Day. For this, I thank you. You know that unhoused people aren't dangerous. Please spread the word. The second problem with this use of the language of safety is that it is a form of discrimination. Jean Swanson, a former Vancouver City Councillor, has given it the name poor bashing, which she describes as stereotyping poor people as being both worthless and dangerous. In Regina, racism also underlies the language of safety. As the document before us states, although Indigenous people represent approximately 10.4% of Regina's total population, they account for 75% of the city's unhoused population. It is the City of Regina's responsibility to counter discriminatory language. To conclude, please, members of Regina City Council, do everything in your power to end homelessness in our city. Not to do so is itself a blatant act of discrimination. Not to act also raises questions about the nature of our society. Have we normalized people suffering and dying on our streets? What will future generations think of us? The solution is easy. It's housing. Yay, riders, let's chalk up another win and end houselessness.
Thank you, Florence. I'll check with my colleagues if anybody has any questions. I don't see any today, so thank you for your presentation, Florence. You can return to the gallery. Okay, I'd like to call upon delegation D 25-221, Rebecca Granobski-Larson. Okay, once you're seated, same thing. I'll get you to introduce yourself for the record, the organization you're representing today, if any, the city or town you reside in. You'll have 5 minutes to address council, after which you'll have the opportunity to respond to any questions council has. Go ahead whenever you're ready.
Hello, my name is Rebecca Granobski-Larson. I'm representing myself today. I reside here in Regina. Yeah, I guess I was debating whether to do my prepared presentation. I guess I will do it, but then I wanted to add some stuff depending on the time. So Saskatchewan has the distinction of being one of the wealthiest provinces in the country in terms of the per capita GDP. It is also one of the most unequal provinces in terms of how we decide to reallocate resources. This is evidenced in our dismal failure on virtually every social indicator that we measure. We have the most children living in poverty and suffering from hunger. We have a staggering 35.3% of households being classified as food insecure. We consistently have the highest rates of reported domestic and family violence in the country, with more than double, averaging like double the national average, and the fewest social supports for people who are trying to flee this violence. We lead on overdoses for many years, HIV transmissions with critical harm reductions resources often being done by community organizations in the absence of government support. When the city asked residents what actually brings their communities safety, they spoke about the need for concrete on-the-ground support for food security, harm reduction, anti-racism, domestic violence supports, and secure and affordable housing. The purpose of municipalities as outlined in Saskatchewan's Cities Act in Section 4, subsection 2, specifies that cities are responsible to develop and maintain a safe and viable community, to foster economic, social, and environmental well-being. As such, I would like to see an increase in direct funding of community programs that are doing desperately needed work to combat domestic violence, food insecurity, to fight for affordable housing, and partner with organizations that are doing critical harm reduction work on all levels, increasingly in the absence of adequate government supports, because often we are actually dealing with legislative poverty in so many situations. It's not like these statistics have been static over time. We have seen the housing crisis escalating over the past decades. We have seen social supports removed that people relied on that actually can decrease all of these measures. Then I was quoting from Pam Palmateer's report about how racialized violence, abuse, and neglect of First Nations is so ingrained in Saskatchewan that is not only reflected in societal attitudes, but those of its governing bodies and agencies. Nowhere are the socio-economic conditions worse than for First Nations than in sister provinces of Manitoba and Saskatchewan. More than 80% of all children in care in Saskatchewan are Indigenous, second only to Manitoba at 90%. Primarily due to discriminatory agency practices or conditions of poverty from chronic and discriminatory government underfunding of core services. Racism has a multiplier effect, where not only are Indigenous children wrongfully apprehended, but because of that race-related apprehension, they are likely to get less likely to get a high school education and more likely to end up in youth corrections. More than 2/3 of all Indigenous people in prison were in child welfare systems. It should be no surprise that the Indigenous I won't quote this whole thing because I'm just going to run out of time. I also did quote from the UN rapporteur's the homeless encampment strategy in Canada, because that's another area where, again, lack of meaningful Indigenous consultation on encampment strategies has been a critical factor that I think has been lacking here and been lacking across the country. We need to recognize the right to self-determination and self-governance. International human rights law strictly forbids the forced eviction, displacement, and relocation of Indigenous peoples in the absence of free, prior, and informed consent. Given the disproportionate violence faced by Indigenous women, girls, and gender-diverse peoples, governments have an urgent obligation to protect these groups against all forms of violence and discrimination within homeless encampments in a manner that is consistent with Indigenous self-determination and self-governance. I was actually very impressed at the last meeting to see that I do see a lot of will from city governments who do have the relationships on the ground with people to address these problems. I think that we need to come together and advocate in the way that this was originally conceived. Caesar, we do need to have all these agencies working together, providing these resources. I think it needs to be community-led process that actually is reflective of what people with lived experience are saying are needed. If you want to talk about encampment strategy, people on the ground know what is needed, and also just fundamentally the lack of housing needs to be addressed. I think in this report it's a little bit hard to had to discuss housing in the spring after the budget and discuss this stuff today, because housing is such a crucial component, I think, of a lot of the things we're discussing. If you look at the history of municipalities, 30 seconds. If you look at the history of why governments cover certain things, it's look at the 30s when people did not have employment insurance, when they were relying on government for or churches for very essential aid. But there was a push municipally to provide all these things. It was the municipal governments that actually had these huge people storming City Hall and being we need housing, we need employment, we need benefits. And that's how we got a lot of these services in the first place, and why the government started responding to people of the dire need in their community. And so it's I don't think we should stay so, often it becomes a hurdle trying to say this is provincial, this is federal, this is not our responsibility. If there are children that are going hungry in your community, that is your responsibility, that is all of our responsibility. If there are people who are scared in their homes, that is all our responsibility. I think we collectively have the capacity to fight for that.
Okay, thank you. I think there's a question for sure here. Councillor Turnbull, go ahead.
Well, thank you to the chair. I wanted to ask you about housing as I heard your pace pick up. You want to talk more about housing?
Yeah, I think it is a little bit challenging to just, I think housing, obviously housing is such an essential component of everything that everybody has been talking about. And it is very hard to consider housing separate from all the other social issues of when you look at domestic violence, you can't talk about that without talking about do people have secure access to housing? Are there alternatives? You can't talk about that without talking about the economic stresses of food insecurity and access to other resources. So all these problems are so intertwined that they are very hard to discuss separately. And there are all areas that all jurisdictions also can and should be acting on.
Okay, and you've been part of this as long as I've been on council anyways. I know you're very engaged and have been part of the process. Do you feel like the community has been listened to and been part of this whole process? And do you feel like this plan reflects that?
I think a big, and I go back and forth on this about, I think the fundamental thing for me is to see who is directing the work, and that it is on the ground, people who are in these areas and people with lived experience, and Indigenous people specifically need to be at the forefront of the decision-making structure. I think if that, regardless of what entity is doing it, whether it's in the city or whether it's an outside agency, I think the crucial thing to me is who's making the decisions and that they are responding to on-the-ground needs. I would say that there are a lot of agencies or just groups that are doing this work, sometimes unpaid, sometimes on very shoestring budgets. There is a huge amount of need in the community. And so I think those relationships and those discussions need to be had. And for me, the structure is the main thing that we need to look at in terms of whether it'll be effective or not.
Do you think the allocation of funds here is appropriate? Do you have any?
I mean, I don't know. I think there could be a discussion about some of the allocations of funding, but also not even within just this budget line item. You have a huge budget, and you can look for, you just got $5.8 million for policing from the province. There was another announcement today of more funding. And so it's you can look in your broader budget of when your community says every single budget season, these are the things that keep our community safe. I think we have to take that very seriously and not always just exponentially cage more people, have more prisons, have more policing. I think we need a very serious conversation about who we're keeping safe and what community safety actually looks like. So I would say I don't know, like I can nitpick about where I would personally just like do the funding, but like I think you guys actually have a huge number of levers you could draw upon to fund these really, like these are very crucial things that are very fundamental to how your community is doing.
Okay, I'm done, but thank you so much for being here and your continued passion and advocacy.
Thank you, Councillor Turnbull. Seeing no other questions, thank you for your presentation today. You can return to the gallery. Okay, I'd like to call upon Delegation DE 25-222, Mandla Mtembu. Okay, once you're seated, I'll get you to introduce yourself for the record, the organization you're representing, if any today, the city or town you reside in. You'll have 5 minutes to address City Council, after which you'll have the opportunity to respond to questions Council may have for you. Go ahead whenever you're ready.
Hello, Mayor and Councilors. My name is Mandla Mtembu. I live in Regina in the Heritage neighborhood of Ward 6, and I'm here as a member of the Hampton Project and as a worker with the Regina Anti-Poverty Ministry. So yeah, there's a lot to cover, and I kind of 4 main focuses for the delegation, but honestly a lot of people have covered a lot of stuff, which is really good that there's people out here talking about this. So yeah, I think it's worth bringing up that, yeah, CSER was established 2022 to address all the things that Rebecca just mentioned. Funny enough, housing isn't one of those mandates or something, which is something to consider when we're kind of talking about reallocating this funding, especially with what's kind of currently being discussed. There's a lot of talking to different people. It's hard to find and confirm a lot of information about CSER, but it seems like there was a lot of behind the scenes drama and some kind of points of contention around it being an arm's length away, the kind of leadership there and things like that. So that seems like a lot of common denominators that I found that were hard to confirm online, but easy to confirm from talking to a lot of people that had involvement with CSER. But the important thing to kind of realize, it was dissolved in February of this year under your guys' council. I remember Mayor Chad in an interview that was put out in the media said the intention is to improve efficiencies, remove layers of bureaucracy, layers of oversight in the way we operate when we're talking about dissolving CSER. I think it's important to remember that it wasn't your council that put CSER in motion, and it was your council that oversaw it kind of going under. And I think it's just important to realize with so many people coming out and talking over the last now 2 weeks and a lot longer than 2 weeks, your guys' entire administration, a lot of you guys are new councillors, a lot of you guys are returning councils, and all of you have had to deal with your entire time on council talking about houselessness, the housing crisis, addictions, and all the things that affects, vulnerable and targeted populations in Regina. But when the conversation comes down to data and internal communications and all that kind of stuff with the CSER reallocation, I think the important thing to realize is we have the data. We have a lot of people doing the work right now. We have a lot of people doing outreach, doing community-based organizations and stuff, really essential work that applies to all the key areas that are described in CSER's initial kind of directives. We have the data. We have the idea that we know that's a crisis. We know enough to act upon it, and we've already put in motion a lot of things and different plans that are even included in this report to act upon it. So knowing those things, even last week, Dave Slater talked about the Community Safety and Wellbeing Committee, speaking of weekly meetings with the Community Wellbeing Table, Heritage Wellbeing Table, the encampment response teams, this new care team, all these things. People are meeting constantly and talking about these things. We have the will, we have the money, we have the data and the idea of and connections to community. I think I'm really just expecting some level of action that's going to, I know we can't eradicate homelessness with the $2.4 million that are being discussed today, but put important funding in the hands of people that are doing the work and trying to plant the seeds so that we can move to actually eradicate this issue. I don't think the $30,000 to Namrand for that housing, things like that, I don't think those are actually truly going to get rid of this, because we've been talking about this for years, long before I even lived in Regina. And the CSER positions listed of salaries that resemble management or director wages over $100,000. So the idea is that they're probably being put in place to manage all the work that's being done or coordinate, which I understand that there's a necessity for those things at times, but considering there's already so many people doing work on this and that the city has so many connections with people doing the work, I don't know if we need positions to manage folks or whatever. We have the data and we have the personnel. I think we just should move forward without having to add extra steps. Second focus is encampment strategy. Simply do not take down encampments. It is repeated over and over again that supportive living, permanent accessible housing, sober living, spaces for ceremony and cultural healing, shelter spaces, warming spaces, more harm reduction supports, and designated decriminalized spaces for camping and gathering are required as immediate supports that those living on the streets, advocates, frontline workers, and concerned citizens all agree on. However, since none of these options are being explored besides warming space funding in this report, we cannot commit to an encampment strategy that allows for people to be displaced or decriminalized without the systems and spaces for support. Encampment zones, bylaw amendments that allow for people to stay in public parks and spaces, accessible indoor spaces 24/7, on-site support like bathrooms, drinking water, storage for existing encampments are all things that would be easy to implement with things that wouldn't cost us a ton of money and would not only just save lives, but I mean, that's the most important part. And I think I don't even have to list after that. If it's going to save lives, and we're looking at how many people die from living on the streets and how many people die from not getting the supports they need, and today we're in a position talking about what we can do to give the people that are on the streets the support they need, then why would we not move forward with that, especially if the cost is an issue for y'all? Like, saying you don't have to take down an encampment somewhere and not have to provide them overnight security and all these things you listed means that we could save money, but also more importantly, save lives. And then warming center funding, I'm just super curious. 24/7 warming availability. There's new funding that came from the province today. I saw a report as well as sitting in here for $1.1 million to Regina. Carmichael Outreach has gaps in their service, and I'm wondering if those are going to be filled with this. Are there going to be new places that are opened? Is there already existing places outside of Carmichael and All Nations Hope that were open this year that I don't know about? And yeah, are there going to be new ones with this funding? So that's where I'll leave it, but that's kind of my main focus.
Thanks for your presentation. I'll check with my colleagues if anyone has any questions. Councillor Turnbull, go ahead.
Hello, thanks for being here. You mentioned encampments, and I want to give you a little more space to talk about it. So with the encampment approach here, there's the new team, and I think they have the revision street team doing that. Do you think that's the appropriate way to do that?
Yeah, I mean, I think having outreach initiatives that are listed in reports, that would be directly like responsible in talking to encampments, supporting them, making sure they have the kind of on-site supports that have been talked about by counselors and advocates. And if you talk to people on the streets and talk to when they're living on the streets, what do they need? A lot of, it's clean drinking water, it's bathrooms, it's storage, it's just ways to make sure that you are as safe as possible and you have your needs met. And those aren't dependent on staff positions and such. So I think the idea of having outreach that is in contact with those in the street and making sure that they have amenities and maybe ways to get into navigating systems like into, say, treatment for addictions, into existing shelter spaces, into housing programs and such is good. The concern comes from similar things to what Jason and Rob talked about in their reports or their delegation is just, it can't be enforcement. It can't be people. And I think often, I think without question, the last encampment strategy was definitely enforcement. It always involved dismantling encampments if they were on public property. And I don't understand how any of us listen to the news, live in communities, work in downtown Regina, care about our fellow human beings, and can just continue to watch people get dismantled and moved while we can all admit, especially y'all that are in political positions, that there aren't a lot of systems and supports for these folks to get off the streets. So I just think, it's obvious we need outreach and we need ways to make sure people are okay on the streets and taken care of. But I think if we're gonna, even this current strategy allows for dismantling and enforcement, I don't think there's room for that. And I think it's rich coming from me. I'm not Indigenous and I've never lived on the streets. Most people that do presentations here, most people that work here, if not all the people that work here on this council and around us today, have never had to live on the streets. Very few are Indigenous and had to face the social and systemic injustices that come with settler colonialism and living as an Indigenous person on these lands. I just think if we're going to take these mandates and these things that we speak about seriously, then you can't further displace people, you can't further traumatize people, and if we're going to admit that there's not a place for them to go, we can't dismantle encampments. We just can't. And I don't care if the idea of a cost for encampment zone is a lot of money, then find ways to save money or find ways to find money for it. But if we're not going to be choosing housing as our jurisdiction, then, or we're saying that we can't do that right now, we're going to wait till Q2 of next year, then you can't take down encampments. You just can't. Like, if you care about people, you can't. So that's the choice that I think you guys have when you make these choices.
Okay, so if, in your opinion, if we are providing the navigators, but we're not necessarily providing any places to take people, would that be considered maybe a performative policy?
I think there's room to consider it like that. I mean, if you look at the chain of action of events and you literally put them side by side, the encampment strategy of 2024 and most of 2025, obviously, and the encampment strategies being explored with this, I think Councillor Flores' amendment is good that it tries to add humanity and puts power and decision-making in the hands of Indigenous populations, in the hands of people with lived experience and frontline workers who are actually truly connected to encampments, the existing encampments, and the desire to holistically and like humanely manage them and manage the people, and not really manage the people, but like provide for the people, or allow the people that are living in encampments to provide for themselves in ways that don't have to be like in the hands of, you know, top floor people at city council or, you know, people that don't have that experience, that expertise. I think that's a good step, but it still is going to seem performative if at some level down that road, people are being deemed dangerous or people are deemed that they're a threat to public safety. Well, it's the people that are the most vulnerable, the most targeted in our systems, and the most likely to die or have complications from living outside that are going to be being forced to move and being policed at a higher rate and being forced to not be directed to further support than what we're already giving them, which, talk to folks on the street. It's not enough running around, and it's a lot of getting your stuff stolen. It's a lot of having to go and replace clothing and go to this place, and then this place actually closes, so you have to go to this place, and then your housing support worker gets you in somewhere, and then it's because complications with who is staying with you, all this kind of stuff, you have to be forced to move, or you have a landlord, a slum that doesn't respect you, and the cycle continues. They call it chronic houselessness, or chronic houselessness. It's people that are living on the streets for years on end, months and months and months, through different seasons, through different governments, through different government policies, all this kind of stuff. So I know that's a big answer and a bit like flailing, and I'm sorry just because, I don't know, I get really inspired by all the people speaking today, speaking for what they care about and wanting to see the city care about this issue in the way that I think a lot of y'all, I think you guys you want to save lives and you want to have the money that is being generated by the city, by the province, by the Canada go to helping people that really need it. But it's just really, really apparent that like this is who needs it in our city. It's the people that are living outside who don't have a lot or at risk of living outside and they're going to be forced to live without the supports that are in place because of things outside of our scope. Let's do what we can do in scope. The province isn't coming in and breaking down encampments. The Canada, you know, Carney's not sending in paramilitary forces and taking down encampments in North Central. It's the city. It's the police, it's the street team at times, it's all these different organizations that are part of this care team and stuff like that have to deal with encampments. Let's give them the tools necessary to, not just the people that are supporting, but let's give the people that are on the ground the tools to survive. And then we can work out and work for jurisdiction, talk to the province, talk to people for the funding. So that's why it seems performative, because it's not, we talk about jurisdiction. Whose jurisdiction is it that's taking down encampments? I know it's not Carney and it's not Scott Moe. It's like it's people in the city. So let's make a decision on this and stop taking down encampments, or use your voices and demand better for these people on the streets. Like, demand the province to do something about it. Go forward, make the coalition build in the community. Make sure that your presence is felt in the community, because in the same way people are talking about people not having trust in the city or not having trust in different entities, it's because people don't see you guys out there. So that's part of it too. So I really appreciate, like, I think I've sensed a lot of will. I don't think you guys all want to be performative on this. I don't want to be performative on this. I don't want to just say all this stuff and then go back and not care about this. I want to live a life that's in service of trying to make the city that I want to live in and that a lot of people deserve to live in. But this is an opportunity for you guys to use your power, use your elected seats of power to enact real change, and not taking down encampments or fighting for places for people to be safe while they're living outside are things that you guys can materially do today that can really, really save lives and make people's lives a lot less traumatic and dangerous.
thank you so much for all of your passion and everything that you do.
Thank you. Councillor Rasevich, go ahead.
Through the chair. So I was just looking up some information, and I was just looking up, like, I guess this year in 2025, 26, provincial government allocated $624 million towards mental health and addictions. And then I think in 2023, through the provincial approach to homelessness, they did 40.3 million, and then just, I guess, 3 hours ago, or not too long ago, another 20 million towards this group. And I guess my question is, so here we got, I mean, we got a lot of money. Do you come across this money in any respect or any way, like filtering down from the province? Like, that's why, I mean, we have social services, we have, you know, we got social services and healthcare. Like, are you in contact with anybody from the province? Like, to your level, connecting? I guess that's my question. I find this really strange. We got all this money, and, you know, and I got people, you know, advocating to us, saying we should do something, but the province obviously is spending 624 million and then another 60 plus million. And I guess how is this coming down to people, you know, you and your groups, or, you know, yeah, I'm just asking the question.
Yeah. No, I think that's a fair question. I think Councillor Radins asked something similar on the point of what are we doing at the provincial level. I mean, I think it's twofold. And I won't go into the second fold like crazy, because I kind of just went on a whole thing about jurisdiction. I need to go, like, I've already talked enough over the last 2 weeks there. But for that conversation, we are doing things, people are doing things at the provincial level. Like, people are taking a stance on less like the harm reduction efforts and the access to harm reduction that's happening in Saskatchewan and across Canada at the provincial levels. We've had action in October that was part of organizing a rally and event that was to deal with people that are on social assistance or facing poverty in Saskatchewan and Regina, being able to speak and kind of offer like guidance and expertise and stuff from those that are actually facing poverty, along with a rally that happened at the Legislative Assembly on the first day of the opening of the Ledge to call for better anti-poverty measures for the province that use statistics and talk to people either with lived experience, or there's some really good advocates in the city that I've been fortunate enough to meet and work with at the anti-poverty ministry that really know what they've been talking and dedicated a large portion of their lives to fighting this at the municipal, provincial, and federal level. So we will be and continue, and when I say we, I just mean people that care. We're going to keep talking to the province and wanting better services. We're going to be talking to the municipal government, the federal government, all these different things. And then two, just real quick, I was going to say, is I heard last week, and I was like, that's why I was happy to, like, that's why I like the municipal government sometimes. Like, I like talking to you guys and this kind of stuff, because I heard multiple councillors talk about advocating for different things. There's a couple people talking about income assistance. I know, like, Councillor Seekley's here was, like, pretty adamantly, like, talking to administration to, like, pick up the phone and call these different people and stuff like that. And I'm like, I like to see that, like, that's like, I want to see you guys fight for like the community, and I want to see you fight for like solutions that are not your making. You like, a lot of you guys got like elected like last year. You didn't put a bunch of people on the streets, but you're fighting for people on the streets, or you, hopefully I can, as someone that's on this kind of level, wanting you to fight for people on the streets. So that's what that's part of it. It's obviously not your jurisdiction in some areas, and we're fighting at different levels that have different kind of jurisdictions, but also like we want to fight alongside you as a municipal government.
Is it filtering down? Are you seeing this filter down to you, this money and these programs? That's my question.
Like, no.
That's my question.
Okay, sorry. No, like, I don't know, like, so, like what you mean?
You know, we got 624 million going to mental health and addiction. So, you know, you have people on the street, at the street team, you have all these organizations, but it's like Councillor Turnbull brought up, I think, during executive, you know, we have, you know, we all these people at the hotel, working at the hotel, but there's no beds. So my question is
Councillor, it might be a question too for admin if they have some insights as to that. I think he answered the question. Okay. I think he said no, he's not seeing he's not seeing it.
So it's crazy. I just find this craziness.
And just real quick, I'm sorry, because there's other people. I was just going to say, there is a lot of money being spent on this, but I think that's a conversation to be had, that like we're not seeing the material effects of, like, if people are putting a ton of money into this, we're all admitting here in different ways. We said that there's not enough accessible housing, there's not enough supportive housing, all those kind of things. Then you can throw a lot of money into having different jobs and different this and all that kind of stuff. But if people don't have places to go, which is, you've talked about had that being provincial jurisdiction, then there's clearly there's a housing crisis. So you can spend a lot of money, but if we don't have like long-term solutions and long-term ways of maybe making sure things are accessible for people and like work at their level, and you talk to the actual people who are dealing with it, then we're going to keep throwing money at this without having results. Most of the money that goes to the Ministry of Social Services doesn't go to the people that are relying on the Ministry of Social Services, goes to staffing and things like that. Like,
So I guess my next question is, do you even have a contact with social services or a contact in regards to this increase for mental health and addictions? Like, do you even have a contact? Is there even a contact that you would talk to?
well, I mean, two things. One, yes, like we do have different like politicians, and then we do have within the things, like I can't speak for everyone here, but I'm sure everyone that's spoken today to some point has like different agencies they work through the provincial government, different like kind of contacts or points of contact they've used. So that's one. But then two, I get to use a word that you guys use all the time. It's a little bit out of scope for me. I don't know. I'm like working. I'm a 26-year-old living in Regina that wants better for the community. I don't have all the MLAs and all the people in the indoor rooms and all this kind of stuff on speed dial the way that I hope you guys are in conversation with these folks. So I don't know.
Because our 2.4 million pales in comparison to this over $700 million.
Yeah, Councilor Rasevich, if I may, I don't want to overstep the conversation here, but I might argue that that's probably our responsibility.
I'm done.
For
I'm done. Yeah,
getting in touch with the province in that
I
regard.
just find it very frustrating too.
Okay, any other questions from council members? Seeing none, thank you for your presentation today. You can return to the gallery. Thank you. Okay, I'd like to call upon Delegation D 25-223, Dana Wilkins. Okay, once you're seated, I'll get you to introduce yourself for the record, the organization you're representing, if any, the city or town you reside in. You'll have 5 minutes to address council, after which you can respond to any questions council may have for you. Go ahead whenever you're ready.
Okay, thank you very much for having me here today. I'm Dana Wilkins. I'm the Executive Director of Regina Mobile Crisis Services, and I am a resident of Regina. I had sent in a preliminary proposal for the support of street team in whatever form that's in currently. Mobile Crisis has been in business providing crisis intervention and support services to citizens of Regina for the last 51 years. And our service is basically a sort of an in-reach and then we go out type of service. And sort of what we thought we would do was provide some, not take over street team, but provide some resources and support to effectively make sure that their staff are well taken care of and that they're potentially leveraging some of the benefits that we have currently at Mobile Crisis Services. We are union members, we're a unionized workplace, and we could potentially talk to SGEU about having their members be, their workers be in the scope of the union, which would then they'd realize some of the benefits of the union. Sometimes that's higher pay, and Mobile Crisis Services also has benefits for health and wellness benefits that we pay 100% for our employees. That's another benefit. We have long-standing relationships with police, fire, EMS, and others in the city that we could leverage and build on, and basically try to not take over the street team, but provide a partnership and support for whatever it is that they would need, whether that's administrative services with regards to a percentage of my time as an executive director, Holly, who was here for most of the day today, who is the Director of Clinical Services, and others in our organization currently could provide a percentage of our support to support the street team instead of creating a whole entire structure to support them. We can also provide some access training together, provide some oversight and risk management. We can also provide some financial support in them not having to jump through the hoops of securing an accountancy's firm. We can run those financials through Mobile Crisis Services in case their corporation is in 4 years of audited financial statements. We could administer the funds on their, like, to them and be accountable for those funds and for the performance key metrics back to the city. And that's kind of, in a nutshell, most of what we would be able to provide to them. It's not to take them over, it's more seen as a partnership, and we want to strengthen the street team, not take them over and hire all new staff to do that work. The staff are great, and we understand that, and we'd be committed to that lived experience worker for them. And then we might have to hire sort of team leaders to lead that work because as I understand it, there are just street team workers there currently. So Mobile Crisis is there to support in whatever form that looks like. So it'd be, I guess, recommendation number 6. The first part of that would be to put it with a third party, and whatever form that looks like. In my proposal, it didn't go a lot into the financials because we need to find the scope and the hours of work and the different shifts that they're on in order to flesh that out a little bit more. But it would likely take all of that $800,000 that would be earmarked that the city would assume to take them over as well. So.
Okay, thank you for your presentation. I'll check if any of my colleagues have any questions for you today. Seeing none, I'll thank you for your presentation, and you can return to the gallery.
Thanks so much.
Okay, just briefly, I'm going to look to make a motion to extend our dinner break until 6:30. It's coming up at 6 o'clock, but I'm looking to extend to 6:30 so we can continue going and listening to our delegations. So can I get a seconder for that? Councillor Sicklys? And any opposed? Okay, that is carried. We'll extend our dinner break to 6:30. Okay, next I'd like to call upon Delegation D 25-224, Russell Schneider. Is Russell here? Okay. Okay, we'll move to Delegation D 25-225, Lori Dietz. Hello again, Lori.
Hello again.
I know you heard the spiel, but I'll say it for the record again. I'll get you to introduce yourself for the record, the organization you're representing, if any, the city or town you reside in. You'll have 5 minutes to address City Council, after which you can respond to any questions Council may have for you. You can go ahead whenever you're ready.
Awesome. Hi, my name is Lori Dietz. I am from Regina, and as you know from earlier, I live in the Glen Elm Trailer Court. On my submission that I put in, I started with a bunch of links and some websites that have done a ton of research. Being someone with lived experience, someone that's gone through the shelter system, you heard one of the delegates earlier talk about like how much Indigenous peoples and homeless peoples are constantly measured, constantly data this, data that, you know. Even on, you know, from a frontline perspective, when someone first comes in and you have to do all these questions and you're worrying about trauma-informed process, but you have to do this because you don't get in trouble. And I know for me, I can generally have a conversation with someone and throw those things in. But that's not a skill that most frontline people have, right? So it ends up, we have this trauma-informed process that is just completely thrown out because we have to collect all this data, right? Or have all these forms signed. But either or, that information that they have, it's great information. And I just wanted to speak to that. You know, I'm not against any of this plan. You know, I kind of definitely am an outsider in some ways looking in, but I do know there is a ton of research out there to support what works, to support what people's needs are, and that's something that definitely can be utilized. So when we are spending this money, I just want you to really look at what's out there, and especially utilizing lived experience. I shared it last week. Lived experience are hard to work, and I think that's one of the symptoms of some of this fallout. You know, I have worked in a few organizations, and it hasn't ended well for multiple ways. The way that I work with people doesn't always fall in line with some of the rules that organizations have out there, but because of my frontline experience and because of my lived experience, I can make those decisions. And I think that's why the street team does what the street team does, because of their lived experience. In the line of addiction, I will fight to my death on it. The therapeutic value of one addict helping another is without parallel. I am a long-term recovery member, and I heard that, I think it was it on the CBC Noon today, or is it called Blue Sky still? And it had some lived experience people. The recovery community in Regina is amazing. It's helpful. They have helped so many people. And those people are people that are in the gallery, they're people that are working on the streets. People that have been down and out are the ones that know how to help. Now, that's not to say I haven't had great help from people that don't have those experiences. I've had some great help there as well. But knowing how to utilize that frontline experience, I think, is something that you have to go to the front line. I kind of like parts of the care team. I think some of those people could take a step back, and I think half of that team should be made up of lived experience and Indigenous community members. One thing I did want to actually also touch on, and I encourage you to actually look in what the definition is for Indigenous homelessness. It's different than it is for homelessness for the rest. Because our experience as Indigenous people, there is 12 different, I don't know if symptoms is the right word, ways that we can experience homelessness. And very little of them have anything to do with an actual shelter over our head. Because of the disconnection to our communities, many of those people, if they don't have a home and they don't have a place to belong, they are going to still live and experience those symptoms of homelessness and not belonging anywhere, which leads to addiction, which leads to your lower detriments of health. And because we don't have access to those things, health, food related, that's what makes those things really hard. So that's why we have to look at this as Indigenous homelessness and not just homelessness, because as we talked about, that 75% number before.
30 seconds left.
30 seconds? I'm just going to share another story for another reason why I'm here today. Is a good friend of mine by the name of Lisa, and unfortunately we just passed our 3rd anniversary of her not being with us. And I watched her on assistance get shorted by assistance by $30 each month for her rent. So within 6 months, she'd be behind and she'd have to go to a little bit less accommodation, a little bit less of accommodation. And I saw her health just drastically decrease. And what ended up killing her is insufficient living and diabetes complications with COVID-19. And I 100% know that's because of social assistance and lack of adequate housing.
Thank you, Lori, for your presentation. I'll check with my colleagues if anybody has any questions. Seeing none, thank you for your presentation today. I appreciate that. We can return to the gallery. Okay, we have communication items for item CR 25-144. Can I have a motion to receive and file the following communications? CP 25-151, Jim Elliott. CP 25-152, Judith Versek. CP 25-153, Larissa Nippy. CP 25-154, Evelyn Tischer. CP 25-156, Shannon Corkery. And CP 25-159, Russell Schneider. Councillor Mancinelli, and the seconder, Councillor Flores. I will call the question. Any opposed? And carried. Okay, we'll now consider item CR 25-144, City of Regina's role in well-being and homelessness. And I will ask Councillor Flores to please introduce the report.
Okay, just 1 second, please. All right, so this report came before the executive committee last week. The administration's update on our encampment response and our role in well-being and safety. I think we had a lot of discussion last week, and we've heard some from delegates from the community both today and last week, giving us some great insights to make sure that this is done appropriately. And yeah, that's...
Okay, thank you. Can I have someone move the report with the following amendment to recommendation number 8 of the report, as the funding listed as over the $500,000 threshold? So it would be to delegate authority to the city manager or their designate to negotiate and approve an agreement between the Government of Saskatchewan and the City of Regina, under which the Government of Saskatchewan will provide $800,000 to the city for warming center initiatives, and authority to approve any amendments and any ancillary agreements or documents required to give effect to the agreement. I feel like Shannon Williams wrote that. Can I get a motion for that? Councillor Sickleys, thank you. And a seconder? Councillor Flores. Councillor Burton, point of clarification.
Clarification, does that mean the $800,000 that was below item number 4, is that being approved then, or is that then on hold until we get funding from the provincial government?
I'll maybe let administration answer that. Who would like to? Ms. Bryden?
Thank you for that question, Councillor. Through you, Mayor. That funding is approved by the provincial government to put towards warming spaces in the city, as well as the funding that the city has outlined in this report to put towards warming centers.
So that is, through the chair, that is the funding below number 4. I can't remember which number it is there. Just looking for that.
So this is number 5 is number 4 is the funding from the provincial government. Correct. Is that number 4?
Yes, that's 4A.
Yeah. Yeah.
Is that the same as the money we just got?
It is.
I think I'll maybe get the acting clerk to speak to it.
Through you, Chair. Councillor Burton, are you asking this question to understand what the impacts would be if council wishes to pursue option number 2 in the report, and what the impact of that amendment with the funding would be if members of council wished to proceed with option number 2, as option number 2 indicates the council would then only consider items 1, 2, 3, and 4 of the report, and the amendment indicated that the funding would apply to number 8 in the recommendations of the report.
Thank you. So I'm trying to clarify if this is, option 5, is this an additional 800 that comes with option number, or item number 8? And if we don't get the funding, does that mean the funding for 4 or 5, we say yes, but we don't have the funding from the provincial government? I'm trying to clarify if we are spending the money before we get it, that we're authorizing that spend.
Through the chair, Ms. Burton will provide clarification.
Go ahead, Ms. Burton.
Thank you, and through the chair, the funding from the provincial government is separate from the funding considered in number 4 or 5. The funding being considered through the amendment is for warming centers only. It isn't about the community safety and well-being plan, nor is it about encampment outreach. It's about warming centers.
Okay. Thank you, because through the chair, that there's a number of 800s or 820 right in there, and wanted to make sure we had that. Thank you.
Okay, so we'll go back to, we'd moved the report with that. We had Councillor Sickleys move it, Councillor Flores seconded it, so I'll go to Councillor Sickleys to speak to the report.
I'm pretty quick with my arms, so I just want to make sure what it is that I'm asking that we approve. This is the money from the province only that I moved for. Is that correct?
No, that is the report in its entirety with that amendment for the money from the province. I'll maybe
see a thumbs up over there to agree with me, so.
Unless I misread something, but I'll go to Ms. Bryden, go ahead.
Through the chair, I think the amendment was speaking to one of the recommendations in the report, which, and then I believe that what you vote, or what your motion is for the entirety of the report with that amended recommendation. I see City Clerk wants to.
Yeah, I'll let Ms. Ackerman help as well.
Through you, Chair. So what is on the floor right now are the recommendations that came from Executive Committee. And in addition, this amendment, which pertains to recommendation number 8 in the report, with the funding that's being provided from the government.
One clarification, you're done.
Are you in the report right now? So it is, yes, it's all of this that's on the floor.
It's all of the
and what they did was they made
recommendations.
a slight change to number 8 here, so that the $800 of funding.
Okay, Ms. Bryan, do you have a comment on that? I think we have it sorted on our end, if you're good. Okay, and then Councillor Fro, you have a point of clarification?
Yeah,
Go ahead.
sorry, it's probably just getting late in the day. I think through you, Chair, appreciate that, Acting Clerk. Would it be correct then to assume that this is net new $800,000, but that is in addition to $500,000 referenced in the report? So in total, that this collectively, if it all were to pass, would be 1.3 million for warming centers, or can someone provide some clarity for me, please?
I'll get Ms. Burton to speak to that.
Thank you. It is a difference of between 500,000 and 800,000.
It's an additional through the chair, it's an additional $300,000.
300 from what is considered in the report. And then there was an existing $300,000 that the province provides for warming centers that they've provided for the last 3 years.
Gotcha.
That 800,000 plus that 300,000 that was pre-existing is the warming center funding that was announced today.
Okay, thank you. So that line item, for clarity, for my colleagues, if they're like me, is entirely provincial dollars. This is an incremental $300,000. Thank you.
Yes. Yep. Okay, thank you, everybody. I will go back to Councillor Sickles, if you'd like to speak to the report. Councillor Sickles?
I don't know what's going on. Sorry, I just had a quick chat with our clerk, and in order to keep this by itself, provincial money, I would need to separate it out, the amendment?
Go ahead, Ms. Ackerman.
Through you, Mayor. Councillor Sickles, I believe what you are indicating is that you wish to request to separate out the vote and vote on number 8 separately from the remaining items that are in the main motion.
That would be the cleanest, I think.
Yes.
If that's okay with everyone? Yeah.
Okay. Okay, any other questions or comments, Councillor Sickles?
No.
Okay. Okay, I'll open up to any other questions from council members. Councillor Mancinelli, go ahead.
Not so much a question, just a clarification. We had a lot of delegations come through. There was some talk about the cancellation of the street team. Just wanted to clear up that we have an operational street team. No one's canceling it. It's an important part of our city. It's being backed and planned for, and I just didn't want that to be lost in the discussion. I think it's pretty important, so just in case there was a misunderstanding through the delegates.
Great. And yeah, I just want to clarify too, today there was an announcement with the province this morning for the warming space funding. So it was good to see that we were able to get, I think, the funding that we were striving for. So that was good. So to get that 800,000, we were originally expecting 500,000, and through conversations we were able to get $800,000. So good work to everybody and administration, and good conversations to get there. So with that, I will go to Councillor Radens. Go ahead, or sorry, Flores. Go ahead.
Thank you, through you, Chair. I think during executive committee and today, and as there are many issues in our community related to community safety and well-being and looking at the increase in houselessness. I just want to bring some clarity as to the report that we're speaking on today, just to make sure that expectations are very clear in our community so we can continue to do all this work together. So my understanding is today this report speaks to our updated encampment approach, as well as the role of our community safety and well-being team and the funding that would be allocated. With that, in addition to kind of giving an overview of that, could you also speak to the funding that's going to the positions within that report? I just want to make sure that there isn't any misunderstanding of what these additional positions look like, if they're existing additional, or just bring clarification to that, please.
Ms. Bryden.
Thank you for that question. Through the chair, I'll start and then I'll refer that question to Mr. Slater. So you are absolutely correct. The report before you is in front of you from direction from council to provide some insight as to where the dollars from the dissolution of CSIR would be spent, as well as to help define provide role clarity related to our plan to end homelessness that the city is part of, which is a community-led plan, as well as the city's own plan to end, community safety and well-being plan. And I will refer the staffing conversation to Mr. Slater.
Through the chair, thanks for the question. So we are proposing a total of 3 staff to administration. These roles are currently filled. The encampment response and homelessness advisor, it's currently being funded through the federal government. So we're asking for permanent funding to continue that role that will be instrumental in overseeing the new encampment response policy and protocols. The other two positions that are connected to the community safety and well-being plan also are filled by two staff that came to us from Community and Social Impact Regina. That team over there had a total of 4 staff. We've brought over 2 staff that will be leading work on evaluation, data and evaluation, and community engagement, which will oversee our community action tables that we talk about it in the report, and really coordinating the work that we do on the community safety and well-being plan.
Right. So just to clarify, we aren't adding positions that already aren't part of the work that's being done currently.
That's correct.
All right. Thank you for that. I was really excited to see the report, because I think sometimes, like, looking at government work, seeing a policy change done in 2 months is actually, it's a pretty big deal. It's not often that happens. Like, when we look at the way government does things, it often takes a lot longer than that. So for me, seeing our approach to dealing with folks who are having to find shelter on the street in encampments, moving from a bylaw-led approach where we don't have folks that are informed enough to do that with care, to an approach that is saying we're going to do it with care, and seeing the support of council last week, adding that amendment that says we're going to consult folks with lived experience, folks in the front lines, and Indigenous leaders to make sure that that approach is further informed by that. To me, is a step in the right direction. It's something that I'm excited for us to do. And as it's getting colder and as situations get worse, unfortunately, I feel like it's important that we move fast on this, because as we're making decisions here, people are on the streets, and they just can't wait for us to get it right. So I think we've heard many times, perfect is the enemy of good. So we've made some great strides with this report that's come forward. I think there's a lot more work to do, and I think we are privileged to have a community that's really well engaged and does so much work already, and that is going to help further that work. So I hope that we can move forward supporting this report and get that work started. I hope that we can move on that additional funding that I'm grateful for, to make sure that we have that warming spaces that are beyond the hours that are open right now, because it is cold 24 hours of the day. So we would need to have spaces that can at least to me, be a 23-hour space. So I think we're seeing promising things, and it's important that we stay focused on that and keep pushing to work with all levels of government so that we can eventually get to what is needed, which is housing. And that's the things that folks are advocating for, and the things that I support. So thank you for all the great work that has been done, and I look forward to continuing this work, because it's not over. This is a portion of a good change, but there's a lot more work that we need to be doing.
Thank you. Councillor Rasevich, go ahead.
Through the chair, I just find this, I kind of find it frustrating, because when, like I brought up, the province is spending what, upwards of $680 million? And, with the delegates I asked, is there any contact or somehow that money filtering down? And I just find it frustrating. It doesn't seem like it is. So I wonder, 680 million. So how is, our 2 million going to make such a difference? Because this is a provincial, they're the experts in healthcare and social services. There should be contacts from the province talking to these organizations, I guess. My wife's a social worker, so maybe I need to talk to her. But I find this really frustrating. I find even this report little, $85,000 for consulting. I question that. So what's the $85,000 for consulting for, and to who?
Through the chair, I'll refer that question to Mr. Slater, please.
Go ahead.
Through the chair, thanks for the question. The $85,000 in the report is for community engagement and honorariums. So when we meet with folks throughout the year, which that's our priority, is we meet with folks to hear how we should advance our plans and action we should take. So part of that is honorariums for individuals. It could be Indigenous elders that are coming to our meetings. It could be individuals with lived experience who are paying for their time to be there and provide us with information.
Huh, okay. Okay. I mean, we have board members who do lots of things for free on other boards and other community groups and different things, but anyways, I'll leave it at that. And I guess I have no issue funding street team, but again, I still want to know, what are the numbers? Like, how much is this 5 years ago I don't know when it started, but when it started, who funded it? And what are we funding now? Are we increasing our funding? Like, how is that, what's happening there? Like, was it province? At the end of the day, you know, if the police are giving money to the street team, the police are getting money from us. So, I mean, I guess what I'm wondering is, where's it? It just seems like a big shell game, all this money moving around. I really want to know, like, where's the money coming from specifically? And are we spending more money on the street team as a city? Or are we spending less money because we're getting provincial money? Like, where's all the money coming from for the street team? Let's just talk about that.
Ms. Bryden, go ahead.
Thanks for that question. In 2025, the street team was funded by CSIR, which was city funding, to an amount of $500,000. $325,000 came from Sask Housing, and $600,000 came from the Federal Unsheltered Homelessness and Encampment Initiative via the city, and $100,000 from RPS. Those other funding mechanisms, so the federal funding comes to an end at the end of March.
So is the federal funding 600,000?
It was 600,000 in 2025.
So in 2025,
Yeah.
we're looking at 1.1, 1.4, 1.525 million.
So in 2026, what we're proposing is that $800,000 pending budget deliberations would come from the city. 325,000 is pending provincial budget, but coming from the provincial budget for the 325,000, and then the last year of federal funding would be 800,000. I misspoke. I said 2025 was the last year, but there's actually one more year of federal funding, and then $100,000 has been committed from RPS.
So 2026, 800 from the city, 325 from the province, and federal last year. Federal, how much would be federal?
Last year federal was 600,000.
And how about this year?
800.
Okay. Wow. Okay. I just find this. I just say. I just think and then I guess what I just heard also as well, we had some positions that were paid by the government, but now we're going to take it over. I think that's correct, right?
Thank you. Through the chair, one position that is currently being paid for by the federal government we're suggesting be permanent city staff that the city would pay for.
Wouldn't it seem logical that the province would have people that were, if we had just a couple of people, we could approach those people because they got the money, and then make sure they're getting connected to the service, are getting connected to all the people who need the services? Like, because they're the experts.
Thank you. Through the chair. So the city's role in the plan to end homelessness is really about coordination. We talk about there's data here, everybody has data, and that's true. But there needs to be someone who takes a leadership role in how we can use the data, how we're reporting the data, and basically kind of how we're connecting all the dots, quite frankly. I would also say that is our role in the plan to end homelessness, and that's what we're proposing. I think also a lot of these grants and programs require that we report back with data in order to potentially receive additional funding, et cetera. And if we don't have folks in place that can actually do that work, we can't do the work.
I personally think this is kind of, for me, it's rushed. I'm okay with some parts of it, for sure, but I feel a little rushed on this, and I'll have to decide how I vote.
Okay, any further questions, Councillor Rasevich?
Yeah.
Okay, with that, we're just at 6:30, so we are going to take our mandatory dinner break for 45 minutes. We will be back at 7:15. Okay, we'll call the meeting back to order. I will go to, I had Councillor Zakidniak next. Councillor Zakidniak, are you on the line still?
Yes, I am.
Okay, go ahead.
Thank you. So I just, to start, if administration can, based on some concerns that I've heard in general and over the past couple of meetings, if administration can briefly clarify how the proposed encampment response is different from what our current response is, I think that might be helpful.
Okay, Mr. Slater?
Through the chair, thanks for the question. As part of our proposed encampment response plan, we're suggesting a person-centered, outreach-based approach. This is not enforcement-based, as it focuses on the person with the goal of connection to service and housing. We understand in some of these conversations that community or residents living rough in the street are hesitant to take service, but the focus on this new approach is really outreach based and having that continuous relationship building with folks. That could mean daily interactions with individuals and supporting them through relationship building, support, connection to services. We're also in conversations with the current hub table, which is chaired by the provincial government. This is an intervention table essentially that manages case management of individuals who are vulnerable in the community. We see a fit and connection to this new response plan where we can link into existing sectors such as the health region, different ministries, RPS that can support in a response plan. So the proposal that's in front of council is very, very different than what was presented to you a few months back. I'll just see if my colleague, Ms. Martin, has anything to add.
Just that it's, or through the chair, certainly it's more of a focus on coordination with the partners that we already certainly work together, but just much more streamlined, fire bylaw, everybody working together in ensuring responses are predictable, consistent to build that trust and build the trust in community, because that is one thing that we heard, that they need to have predictability on the responses that they will face when our folks are dealing with encampments.
Okay, thank you.
I think Ms. Burton had a comment as well. Go ahead.
Apologies.
Thank you, and through the chair, the encampment response protocol that was presented to council this past summer outlined that the first point of contact with folks when an encampment is discovered is typically bylaw, and then when available, folks from the street team would go, they would attempt to offer services, after which time bylaw would take the steps to close down the encampment. So the difference between the two approaches is the person-centered offering services and then not immediately taking down the encampment, unless the risk and vulnerability matrix determines that there is risk enough that it needs to be done.
Okay. Mayor, should I just wait for you to tell me when to ask my next question so that I don't accidentally keep cutting people off?
No, you're good now. Go ahead.
Okay. Now, we heard about some of the positions. So there's one new position being proposed here. Excuse me. And the other two positions are folks and positions coming over from the previous community social impact Regina. Now, further, my understanding is that entity, which we've dissolved, used to have, I believe it's 4 staff And so this streamlines it to 2 positions doing the work that that entity used to do. Is that accurate?
Ms. Bryden, go ahead.
Thank you. Through the chair, yes, that is accurate. And I would say the additional position is to support our encampment response strategy. And that is not something that the former CSIR did.
Right. Okay. So, you know, I hear concern from folks saying we want a streamlined approach. What I've learned is that this actually is a streamlined approach from what Community and Social Impact Regina used to do. And we've asked for extra supports for encampments. And whether or not, you know, that in order to provide extra supports, this is why administration is recommending that the one position that did get federal funding, that it continues and we take on that work. It's also my understanding that the street team would be citywide, providing support citywide under these recommendations. Is that accurate?
Through the chair, yes, that is accurate.
Okay. And so the money set aside for engagement, I understand, you know, it's for honorariums, it's for food, but it's also to support the community action tables that previously were started under the Community and Safety and Wellbeing Plan to get those reenacted. Is that accurate?
Thank you. Through the chair, yes, that's accurate.
And what feedback did we get from the community about these community action tables when they were first started? Did the folks find that they were useful?
Thank you. Through the chair, I'll refer that question to Mr. Slater.
Go ahead.
Through the chair, thanks for the question. Yes, the community action tables that were initiated, there was feedback back from members that it was useful. The committee that really sort of took the most forum as part of CSIR was the substance use community action table, which you know, from the city's perspective, was seeing great progress and membership that was around that table. So we see we've seen progress in that one example, and think that there's an opportunity certainly to initiate the remaining ones.
And the community action tables, I went to some of those sessions previously. Those included folks, service providers, folks, interested community members. Did it also include folks with lived experience coming to give their feedback at those action tables?
Through the chair, yes, it did.
Now, the community, the well-being plan, as folks have noted, doesn't address houselessness. And we've heard that there's a report coming specific to housing, and what more should we be doing in relation to housing? That's going to be in the spring, right?
Through the chair, that is correct.
Now, so there was not a previous community action table in relation to houselessness. Is that something that the city can look into doing in order to, because we've heard this today, folks want folks who have lived experience, grassroots experience, to also be able to add their voices to this ongoing discussion, give their recommendations, and have a regular forum for doing so. Is that something that can be considered, and do you need an amendment?
Thank you. Through the chair, no, we will certainly take that into consideration, and I don't believe we need an amendment. I think it's a natural fit to the work that we're advancing.
Great, thank you. And then in relation to the street team, the recommendation is either to send it to an existing nonprofit within the city, or that the city would manage that. I think it's important, and that's to be determined. Is that accurate?
Yes, through the chair, that is yet to, that work is yet to come.
Okay, and the report, but I think what's important to note here is that I appreciate the recommendation to consider either option. I'm fine with that. I think it's important that if it goes to, that we are considering either this city or sending it to an existing resourced nonprofit. Otherwise, we're back in the same boat of Community and Social Impact Regina, where we're setting up a new organization. My understanding is we're not planning to consider that option. Is that accurate?
Thank you. Through the chair, I would say that that is certainly accurate. Our interest in the sustainability of the street and encampment outreach services and ultimately role as a key funder, administration just feels that in collaboration with the province and other community organizations that we explore the best option for the street team.
Okay. And then in terms of your decision of how to proceed, okay, in terms of your decision of how to proceed with the where the street team goes, will council get information, can council get information about what the city staff decides to do with that? Like whether it's the city or a nonprofit, like would we get a memo or something in terms of that, what gets decided by the team and the rationale?
Thank you. Through the chair, yes, we can certainly do that.
And then perhaps lastly, the report back. When will we hear about these improvements and how they're these changes, how they're going, and the when will council get a report back in general about all these changes?
Thank you for that question. You know, it's going to take us a little while to stand all this work up if it gets approved, and we have indicated in the report that we would report back in 2 years.
Okay, and
Councillor, you're out of time.
All right, that's fine. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Councillor Burton, go ahead.
Thank you, through the chair. Homelessness is a problem across Canada and in Regina. We've heard from people from the front lines doing their best. I do want to start the process. I do want to see the CSER money to be authorized to spend that's already there in the money, already there in the budget. But the city can't fight this on our own. We do need additional support from the provincial government. Option number 2 was to approve items 1 through 4 and then approach the provincial government for more support. We have tough budget deliberations coming in December. I expect a pitchfork and torch parade. My question to the administration is, will we know by December if we will receive that $820,000 that is in line item 5 by December?
Ms. Bryden?
Thank you. Through the chair, are you talking about recommendation number 8?
No, it's number 5. Consider approval of an additional $820,000 through the 2026 budget as set out in the financial impact section of this report to advance community safety and well-being plan to end homelessness and the encampment response plan as further described in this report.
So through the chair, that is funding that is currently included in the budget report as additional funding for this work.
Okay, because option 2 was to approach the provincial government to get this additional funding is what it described.
So option 2 would be that we would approach the provincial and federal governments to get additional funding. I would say we would not have information related to that additional funding by December.
Okay. I would like to ask through the chair, what would be the impact if we were to separate out item 5, which is at $820,000 for a separate vote, and if that was not approved, or was, that we did not approve that to go in the budget as a line item, what would be the impact of that separate vote?
So thank you. Through the chair, just in general terms, and I'll refer it to the team, but all of these recommendations are referred to the budget conversation. So if option 2 is put on the table and council approves option 2, then what that would mean is that additional funding would not be even considered in the budget conversation. The actual implications of not approving that additional funding, I'll refer to Mr. Slater to speak to that.
And sorry, through the chair, option 8 is separate, that there was some other money coming in number 8 as well, is my understanding.
Through the chair, the funding coming from recommendation 8 is funding that the province announced this morning.
Okay, thank you.
Through the chair, thanks for the question. So the 3 items listed in that 820 are the homelessness coordinator, which is the role that we've proposed to oversee the new encampment response policy and operation. Obviously from a staff capacity perspective, that would make it very challenging to oversee that newly proposed approach. The other 2 items, Warming Center funding and Heritage Community Association peer-led initiative. The Heritage Community Association peer-led is being piloted or will be piloted this winter as part of federal government funding. Our ask here is to continue that funding post the federal government's program. We stood this initiative up, or we've proposed this initiative in partnership with the Heritage Community Association for a few reasons. One, this type of initiative aligns with our community safety and well-being plan, and two, it's providing more on-the-ground peer support in Heritage neighborhood and around the New Beginnings shelter. So this came up as part of our Good Neighbor discussion around New Beginnings, standing up that New Beginnings shelter. The Warming Center funding, this is again a new ask for us to continue to provide funding from the city as well in partnership with the provincial government. We speak specifically here about a navigation center model. This type of model we know is being explored in Saskatoon right now in conversation with the provincial government. The idea there, it's a full day overnight warming space with access to additional services that community suggests are needed, connection to ID, social insurance numbers, other traditional supports. So it's we kind of see it as a one-stop shop type of space led by a nonprofit organization. Certainly just in exploration phases right now on that, but that money would be our contribution to that partnership.
Okay, I appreciate the efforts and where we're trying to target and do some things here, but we have an extremely tough budget coming up here right now, and it's huge, as we've all been aware through the September and into October. And right now, I want us to push that provincial government to get that funding. But right now, I'd like to make an amendment to have a separate vote on number 5 for the $820,000.
Okay, it doesn't need to be an amendment. We can just do it as we'll conduct separate votes for it. So we'll pull number 5 out as a separate vote.
Okay, thank you.
Okay.
That's my questions.
Thank you, Councillor Burt. Councillor Fro, go ahead.
Yeah, thanks. Appreciate this. I know it's getting late. I think, as I said last time, we just have to, when we talk about this, because we got to ask to use our voice today, stop celebrating and doubling down on things that don't work, right? Warming centers don't solve houselessness. Housing does. As a stopgap measure, right, we have to keep people alive and warm. So we have to do harm reduction the best way we can. And so I want to commend administration and folks that are doing some of that. I mean, I think we've heard very clearly from delegates that what works is upstream solutions focused on income, housing, and clearly enhanced mental health and addiction support in the community. I'm going to support the report today because I think we're making really important progress. I think we can build on it. I think really importantly, I met with administration, as I understand, in Q2 of this year. We're going to clearly define our role as it relates to housing. And I think people have asked us, whether it's harm reduction or housing, we ourselves as a council have asked, we need to identify not only our role and our strategies, but what success looks like. And I think, that work is underway, so I'm prepared to wait for it because it's important and we have to do it. We have to do it right. I think we heard from community and those of us that have read the Everyone is Home report, like there was a role for the city to be a convener and a partner and to collect data. And it's overhead can sometimes be frustrating, but data is really important. And I would just say this, if there is material provincial and federal dollars coming, we have to be prepared to act. We have to be prepared to do that convener and catalyst role properly, which means if we're putting best practice initiatives forward, we're going to need some capacity. And yes, we will need some data to do that. And the community built a plan to end homelessness. And in that plan, it identified the City of Regina's role and it asked for these things. So I have seen administration respond to the report that Nameron and others built. I think just maybe in closing, some delegates who sat all day asked that at the very least we use our voice. I think firstly, I'm pleased the provincial government acknowledges that there's not a house crisis. That's good. So we can build on that commitment. I think we have to be really honest though, it won't work as currently resourced, right? So we're throwing good money at bad solutions. So $20 million new over 3 years. That's a rounding error in the provincial budget, but it's also a rounding error in what we pay for when you look at what we pay for hospital beds and jails and police visits, not to mention the moral cost. So it's not enough. Honestly, the funding, I'm not even sure is enough to suggest that we're taking the issue seriously. 60 new supportive housing units spread across the province as part of this announcement. We have hundreds of empty social housing units in Regina. Let's fill them. So I say that because like progress is good, right? And so that's great. I'm glad the provincial government has committed to the issue. I believe them, that they want to address it. I think we're going to be building a team, right? We start to have an approach in terms of our role to do that. And so I appreciate that work. I think much like Councillor Flores, nothing is perfect, but we can't wait, right? We got to get money into the community. We can't allow people to freeze to death. And how we should structure our on-the-ground committees, like that's operational. I think that's beyond the purview of council. I think we have to elevate ourselves to a governance role. So I just want to thank everybody. I'll be supporting it as is. And I appreciate the mayor and others that have used their voice to advocate for this issue because what we have been doing over several decades hasn't worked. So hopefully we can start doing what will work. Thanks.
Thank you, Councillor Fro. Councillor Bezo, go ahead.
Thank you very much, through the chair. I'm going to iterate some points that I've heard from, last ones from Councillor Fro. What we've been doing hasn't been working, so I'm going to ask some specific questions around this new position or these positions that we're going to create. Tell me the job description for the position.
Ms. Bryden?
Thank you. Through the chair, I'm going to start. So first of all, these aren't new positions. They're actually existing, functioning, and providing support right now. I will get Mr. Slater to speak specifically, or is it Ms. Burton? Mr. Slater to speak specifically about what those roles are doing.
Through the chair, thanks for the question. So I'll reiterate these positions are currently active roles. The data evaluation position that will be supporting the community safety and well-being work. This will support administration with program evaluation, data collection around the community safety and well-being plan, city's encampment strategy, and community investment grant program to ensure we're collecting and analyzing data. I think what's important about that role will be looking at investments that we're putting into community and measuring the success that those investments are making. If they're not showing success, then we're looking at different investments. So it's really about measuring success and impact in the community and working alongside our other partners to share data that we collect through our community action tables, through our encampment response process and other projects, as well as Namarin Housing as well. The encampment response coordinator, this position currently oversees the encampment response coordination and the city's role in homelessness. So this position sits alongside Namarin Housing as the community entity, has a role at the Community Advisory Board, which is the board that votes on federal reaching home dollars. This position is highly involved with other sectors and nonprofits and pulling groups together to, I would say, day-to-day encampment response approaches, aligning efforts with other service providers. The third position, which is also coming from CSIR, this position is focused on community engagement and operationalizing the community action tables and work alongside the nonprofit service providers.
Thank you for some clarifications. I've heard a couple of things that I want to get some clarification. So in the report, we're spending $30,000 for someone another organization to collect data. We're spending money ourselves to collect data, and we've got the provincial government collecting data. What are we doing with the data? We got 3 levels of government collecting data, probably 4 levels. We include the federal government. So what are we gonna possibly achieve by collecting more data? Besides having more people on administration? What are we
who'd
gonna
like
actually do to collect more data?
Who'd like to answer that? Mr. Slater, go ahead.
Through the chair, thanks for the question. So the funding that we're suggesting goes to Namarin Housing is in relation to the plan to end homelessness, which is separate from our work on the community safety and well-being plan. The community safety and well-being plan is a city-owned strategic plan that was approved by City Council, and we have identified that we have a leadership role to play in advancing that plan. It is a plan that requires support from all levels of government, all sectors, whether it's health, social services, mental health addictions, public schools, and we need positions to ensure that we are making the best decisions with our funding. We need an evaluation position to show that the efforts and the community initiatives that we're putting forward are working in community, and we're seeing success with those approaches.
So I'm going to ask the question once again, why do we need 3 to 4 levels of government to collect the data when we only need to have one person collect the data? You said we're going to work with other people. So Namarin's going to collect data. We're going to collect data. The provincial government has data. I can go online and find data. Why are we funding more administration to collect data? We're talking about a plan, and I know no plan is perfect, but we're talking about a plan to collect data. That's all we're doing. We're saying we're going to have a position now to collect data, and we're going to data farm.
Ms. Burton, go ahead.
Thank you. I think, and through the chair, I think the clarification is that they're collecting data on different things. The position that we are proposing to fund through the plan to end homelessness is collecting data for Namarin Housing on the plan to end homelessness. The position that the city is planning to fund through the community safety and well-being plan, that would be a city employee, it's a city endorsed plan, is to collect data on the community safety and well-being plan. So they're collecting data on different things in different plans.
Can you give me an example of what we're collecting that's going to be different? Like hardcore examples. Like what have we done since 2013 when these first reports were introduced into now that we need more data that we don't already have? What are we doing different?
Ms. Burton?
So the funding, thank you, and through the chair, the funding for the plan to end homelessness is not funding that the city has provided to the community entity in the past. It has been directed in the plan to end homelessness, but that funding has not been provided. So we don't have access to the data that Namarin Housing collects through the plan to end homelessness and the Reaching Home funds from the federal government, because we have not partnered with them and provided funding for this position. The community safety and well-being plan, the decision when the plan was created was to create a municipal corporation through Community and Social Impact Regina to collect that data and stand up the community action tables. So what we're suggesting is in response to the houselessness crisis notice of motion in March of this year is how to redirect the funding from Community and Social Impact Regina and implement both the plan to end homelessness and the community safety and well-being plan.
Okay, thank you. Part of the response was we don't have access to that data. So if I hear you correctly, we need to create a new position to pick up the phone to ask for data.
Would like to comment on that? Ms. Bryden, go ahead.
Thank you. Through the chair, it sounds that simple. The reality is a lot of organizations collect data, and it is confidential and personal data. And so it doesn't get shared freely and openly unless there are agreements in place. Part of the $30,000 with Namarin is to help support them in that role of their data collection for federal programs, and then for us to have access to the data, of which I know we're talking about there's data for Namarin and data for the community and safety well-being plan, but ultimately we're the coordinator of all of the data. And that is what has not been happening in our community. There hasn't been a central leadership role for this work. And that is what the city's role has been identified as being, as Councillor Froh referred to, in the plan to end homelessness. and the community and safety well-being. That's why this is what is in our recommendations.
Thank you. Before we approve new positions for collecting data, is there any possibility that anyone from administration can talk to your counterparts in these areas and say, what can we do without creating new positions? Has that been explored yet?
Through the chair, we talk on a regular basis amongst our teams as to where there might be.
Interprovincial, federal, like federal, provincial, city, municipal teams, like everyone?
Yes. Yeah.
Okay, so we do this right now. We're talking to people right now. We can share information. So from what I've heard from kind of what Councillor Burton has said, we are going to be talking about a budget right away, and that's going to be into my next question. So we're talking to people right now about data and information. So it's information sharing. So we're talking to people right now. So if we're doing that right now, I'm finding it really hard to support a new position for information sharing of something that we're doing. Now, out of this is a question on the budget side of the equation. From this perspective, we're going into a budget fairly soon, Mayor. In this budget, there's going to be some big asks. Part of the question I'm going to have pertaining to this about a new position, if this is so required, is there a net position that, you know, we don't have to fill through maybe attrition, that we don't have a net new position through attrition or kind of different shuffling around, that we don't have to hire more people, that we can say status quo to do this?
I think, if I may comment, I think that those are decisions that we would be making at the time of budget. So I think we would be looking at the budget.
The question is, right now, like, this is outside of the budget cycle. Once again, we're getting a report with a big ask outside of a regular budget cycle, which we're going into in 2 weeks, or actually by noon tomorrow.
I'll ask admin to make sure I'm right here, but this is to recommend to say whether we want to see this as a line item for budget approval or not. So we would be considering this. We're not approving this today. Just to be clear.
We're not approving today, but this has big budgetary implications by tomorrow at noon.
Well, no, by December. December is when we would debate this and then decide as council whether or not this would be supported or not. So I just want to be clear that we're not deciding today, tomorrow to approve any money of this, right, that the city is funding. We're approving that at budget time. I'll just maybe ask admin to clarify that.
Thank you. Through the chair, that is absolutely correct. This is a recommendation to consider these pieces at the budget deliberation.
Mr. Nicol?
Thank you, Mayor. Ms. Bryden is correct. You're correct, Mayor. So are you, Councillor Bizo. When this comes for discussion in December, because this is essentially going to be part of that budget ask, at any time, whether it's with this or any other matter that might be before council at that time, you can always move an amendment to make it contingent on something. So you could make a motion to amend it and make it contingent on administration identifying an offsetting FTE or something. So it's all there. You have the tools to do it procedurally, and then you would ask Ms. Bryden or her staff, well, where would the offset be? And then council would be afforded the opportunity to vote on that. So you can tweak it as you wish when you see it.
Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Councillor Bizo. Councillor Radins, go ahead.
Hey, thank you. Just continuing on the 3 FTE positions, how long have those positions been in place to date?
Ms. Bryden?
Through the chair, I believe the 2 positions that came from CSIR were in place at the end of 2023. No.
In the city?
Ms. Burton?
Thank you, and through the chair, can I clarify how long have the positions been in place within the city of Regina?
Yes.
The 2 positions, or the positions from CSIR came into the city after council voted to dissolve Community and Social Impact Regina earlier in 2025. And then the homelessness and encampment coordinator that is funded through federal government grant, I believe, started in June or July of 2025.
Okay, so those are new positions this year.
I think Ms. Bryden has something else to add to that.
Thank you. Through the chair, I just want to clarify the two positions from CSIR. We're working with CSIR or through CSIR and hired in CSIR, I think the end of 2023. So those positions have been in play for 2 years. Whether they transferred from CSIR to the city or not, they were in play.
And they were being funded by the city as CSIR, correct? Okay.
Yes.
And so are they contracted positions or are they permanent in-house?
Through the chair, they were contracted positions with CSIR.
Are they still contracted now?
They are term now.
They are term. So term contract or just term not permanent?
Through the chair, just term not permanent.
Okay. So then is the expectation that that's going to be coming if we were to approve this?
Through the chair, if these positions are approved, yes, they would become permanent staff with the city.
Okay, thank you. So the next question I do have is in regards to coordination, and I think Councillor Bezo addressed that. And so in terms of the data collection, are these positions currently doing work to coordinate with community organizations as well as government levels, all three government levels?
Through the chair, I'll refer that question to Mr. Slater.
Okay.
Through the chair, yes, that's correct. Our evaluator position specifically is working alongside our team and efforts that are done in initiating the community safety and well-being plan. And just to clarify, it's not just focused on data collection, it's very much on measuring and evaluating impact of investments that we're putting into community. So we spoke at executive about upstream approaches. There's a great amount of funding that the city puts towards upstream, like early childhood programs. A position like that would be looking at those investments in early childhood programs or after school programs and evaluating and measuring success of those initiatives over time.
Okay, so I thought we were talking about homelessness. We're talking about after school programs and stuff here. Did I just miss something?
Through the chair, the evaluator position is attached to our community safety and well-being plan. The homelessness and encampment position, that's attached to the encampment response strategies.
Okay, gotcha. Okay, so I think I'm going to talk a little bit about coordination, and I'm going to go back to this past winter when it was minus 42 degrees outside for weeks. And I want to know, with the $800,000 that the provincial government is funding, as well as what we're also adding, I think we came up with a figure of 1.3 million. Do we have a space, or are we working on a warming space? Because I'm just going to say, warming buses is not an appropriate thing to do on the last 2 days of minus 42 after 3 weeks, okay? So that is unacceptable. So I'm looking for a warming space for people.
I think Ms. Bryden can
Thank you.
comment on that.
I'm just stressing my point.
Okay.
Thank you. Through the chair, I feel like you've read our minds. Certainly, we've been working with the provincial government in our ask for the support for warming shelters. And the team has been working with groups to add additional spaces, expand warming shelter space at Carmichael, which is our existing warming shelter area. And I can refer to Dave if he has, Mr. Slater, if he has anything else, but I would also like to add a warming bus is certainly not where we want to go. But I would say, as a last resort, if there's not enough spaces, it is still a last resort. So we are also putting in a strategy, or if you will, or a framework, so that administration and folks within transit, the rest of administration, are well aware of what may or may not trigger the need for a warming bus. But it is absolutely a last resort. It is certainly not our plan. And I'll refer to Mr. Slater to speak to additional spaces and conversations that he might feel comfortable sharing publicly.
Through the chair, thanks for the question. So currently our 2 spaces that are operational that the city funds and also funds in partnership with the provincial government is Carmichael Outreach, and then Owasu, which is run by All Nations Hope, and that is located in North Central. We are in discussions with a third organization. We're not, in a position to discuss, the organization today publicly, but we can say that we are moving towards opening a third space. I'd say additional funding will support extended hours at Carmichael Outreach. Getting them close to the 24-hour mark is our goal. All Nations Hope is not currently operating at sort of full-time hours. Our hope is to enhance that space as well. We're also suggesting more coordination amongst the 3 spaces. So this could involve transportation amongst areas, outreach happening overnight, and connection into these warming spaces.
Okay, wonderful. I'm happy to hear that, but $1.3 million should certainly be able to help move that along. Just saying, it's cold outside right now. Just saying. Anyways, and so my other question on coordination is with nonprofit organizations. I'm just wondering, because we've come a winter, like this is our 2nd winter, and we've seen, from what I've seen, is that there hasn't been proper coordination with nonprofit organizations that profess to do the same work, but they're not working together in the times and the periods that we need people to be safe and warm and, right? So I guess, are we working on that piece? Because I don't want to see this winter come along and we still fail in coordination with nonprofits. So I'm challenging here.
Through the chair, if I may start, that is what we're proposing our role is. That is the city's role, to put it very blunt. Mr. Slater, you probably have more to add. But.
Through the chair, thanks for the question. I would just add that I think the nonprofit service providers see that as our role as well. I think they see the need to have a lead coordinator. We do that as part of our roles through sort of our community well-being tables, our heritage well-being table, encampment response, extreme weather committee. The extreme weather, for example, is a very purposeful, targeted conversation about what needs are out there going into the winter. That's usually the forum that we hear about needs for additional warming space, etc. And I think our role is beyond coordination is taking that message to other levels of government as well, and that working alongside provincial partners to ensure that when there's need that we can increase space and service provision.
Okay, so fair. I understand that they know what their roles are, except that they weren't coordinating properly. And so for how many years now, we're still putting warming buses out as an emergent factor thing to do because people have all fallen away and we're not coordinating. So I want to see the coordinated effort happen, is what I'm saying, because we know what the roles are, but it's not happening. Okay, and so we have, anyway, I'll leave it at that. because I think we get the message. I'm not going to browbeat anyone because it's too important. If it is our role to
Then let's do
coordinate, then let's just do it. Okay, so thank you for that.
Thank you. Councillor Turnbull, go ahead.
Okay. To the chair, I have some questions, I guess. What does this plan accomplish that status quo can't, I guess would be my first question.
Thank you. Through the chair, first of all, the coordination piece we were just talking about, we're actually actualizing what our role is, given the resources and funding we have before us. And I would also say, very publicly talking about what the city's role is in the plan to end homelessness, and also our community safety and well-being plan, and helping provide that clarity in community. Recognizing certainly that housing and supportive housing is the final solution, and also recognizing that that work is still to come. I would also say this plan, or this group of recommendations, is also addressing an enhanced encampment response that we have not had in place before. And I think that that is also something we've heard very strongly from community leaders, nonprofits, et cetera, that is badly needed. And so that is basically what's in the report before you today.
And I guess with these positions and this plan, will this help us secure funding from other levels of government or take down any barriers from getting funding from other levels of government?
Thank you. Through the chair, I think that as we certainly are more coordinated and have coordinated data, it certainly supports the programs that we have in place, or helps to change funding that is currently being provided from other levels of government, so that if we're getting information that's telling us what we're doing isn't correct, we will have that information to support our work with those higher levels of government, saying this is what we need.
Okay. And on the subject of where the street team is going to live, I did want to ask about the crisis outreach team that we have here at the city, which is with our fire protections and SHA, and how that partnership goes and how that role goes with the coordination.
Thank you. Through the chair, I believe the fire chief is. Mr. Jackson will speak to that.
Thank you. And through you, Mayor, could you just repeat the question for me, please?
Sure.
Councillor?
As I was looking into this, as we're talking about a new home for the street team, I know we have a crisis outreach team with Fire Protective Services and the SHA, which already works with other levels of government. And I wanted to know from your perspective and your experience how that would work, and would something like that be applicable for this team with the different roles? It just seems very similar, so I wanted some opinions on how we already work with levels of government and how that goes.
Yeah, thank you. And through the mayor, great question. We have an overdose outreach team. It is a partnership with the Saskatchewan Health Authority, the SHA, and it's funded by the Ministry of Health. So somewhat different than the street team. Like, they do some similar work in the outreach form, but they do quite different work too, and I'll explain that a little bit. Ours, the overdose outreach team, is emergency incident based. So what they do is, what we noticed was a gap. So we would go out to overdoses, we would treat the patient, pack up and leave, and let the families sort that out, or let the group. So we noticed a gap there. And in working with SHA, they noticed a gap too. So what the overdose outreach team does is follow up with that patient if they're willing, and voluntary, so they offer that resource, and there's a follow-up then. So, and they connect folks to services that they may need. Now, some different, this service is available to all residents. So we do work with the vulnerable populations for sure, is a big part of that work. But we also work with the teenager that's overdosed in the basement in the suburbs and their family. So that team does a lot of work in that regard. But big difference is we're not funded through housing or social services, and it's not through those programs. So a little bit different than what the street team does. But some similarities there for sure.
Mm-hmm. Chad, Deb's trying to speak.
Sorry, go ahead, Deb.
Through the chair, I believe that Ms. Martin would also like to add in terms of the difference between the two groups.
The street team, is engaging with folks before there's not an identified maybe crisis call or mental health call, but somebody sleeping rough. What can we do to talk to that person, connect them to services? Have you eaten today? Do you know where you need to be? So they then can sort of triage, I don't know if that's the proper word, but what's happening with that individual, and then theoretically could connect with these other services that they may need or may not need. This person may just have nowhere to sleep, not experiencing, an overdose or mental health crisis in that moment, but need navigation of systems, which is another piece of what the street team does do with folks.
I'm not saying that they're the same services. I was just wanting to see how SHA could work with our city or maybe in this team. And also within SHA is the Coast team, which is a little more similar to the street team. And I was just wondering if there's opportunities to work similar to like this is, where we could talk to the SHA and actually have a partnership where they could help us out with some of these mental health and addictions, but also houselessness and housing. And since we do have this partnership, do you have any issues getting any information or data from the SHA on these issues?
Would like to speak to that. Chief Jackson, go ahead.
And through you, the mayor, no, we don't. And in fact, we information share and collect data and integrate it together with the SHA. So the program was a pilot for the last couple of years, and it's just gotten has looked at moving it out of a pilot into more of a permanent program, because it has been quite successful. We had a bit of a spike yesterday in overdoses, but this year the overdoses have gone down, and we've seen a decline in overdoses. So the work, I wouldn't contribute that all to the overdose outreach team for sure. There's a bunch of folks in the community doing this type of prevention work, but they're a big part of it too. They work, Mr. Slater just asked me, and they do work closely with the street team too. They interface with them when they need to. The team is a paramedic, one of our firefighter paramedics, and has that professional license, and the other member of the team is an SHA mental health and addictions worker. So that's who the team is.
I know that that analysis is going out, it's part of this, but I would encourage to look at something similar with the SHA and how this whole system works with the data collection as you're looking at homes for the street team. I think this is a really good example. Is there anything else you wanted to add? Okay. I have another question. So these positions we noted are existing that came from Caesar. You noted that this data evaluation research advisor has been employed for 2 years through different means. So I was wondering, do you have any data or research that you can show us from the past 2 years?
Who'd like to speak to that? Mr. Slater? Okay, go ahead.
Through the chair, I'd say part of the, the issue is that the setting up of the community action tables were sort of vital to success of this governance structure. Given that the organization was dissolved, we sort of have to start over. So we're doing that with pulling those positions over to our team, and we'll be starting fresh alongside our community action tables when we pull them together.
Are you saying we're starting fresh with these numbers after they've been in place in their job for 2 years?
Go ahead.
Thank you, and through the chair, I believe what Mr. Slater was saying is that the positions have been in place through CSIR, but CSIR did not fully stand up the community action tables, whereby you would get the data to collect and to analyze.
Okay, I'm gonna leave that one alone. Okay, there's no perfect solution. This is a crisis. We've declared it a crisis. And a crisis to me kind of means triage services. It kind of means like we're going to the ER, and instead of treating the wounds, we're like writing reports on the Times. Like, yes, we know there's over 800 houseless people in our city. We're not helping 800 people right now. So we don't need to count more to know that we need to help the first few. And I do have this, why aren't we doing what we can approach with our resources? Like I mentioned before, I'm uncomfortable with the fact of providing navigation but not providing anywhere to go. I'm very encouraged by the warming. I understand administration is needed to achieve things. And while I'm not perfectly comfortable with this, I am okay with letting it go to budget with my concerns noted. I think Councillor Zakiniak asked for a memo on point 4. I would really appreciate also where the street can go. So I would like to appreciate that memo, or maybe a report back to council. I think this says it's coming back in 2 years. If it's, I would prefer to have it come back in a year. I guess I don't love this proposal, but I'm not going to block it and or anything like that. I think we need to do something, and this is something, and I have reviewed the plan to end homelessness, and it does identify some of this as our roles. So I wish we were doing more more resource things versus more things, but I understand it takes a while to build the proper things. So, and I just really want to avoid this being performative policy as we move forward, and that's my fear, that there's a crisis out there and we're too busy counting our problems instead of addressing our problems.
Okay, with that, I will go to Councillor Siklees to close debate. Go ahead, Councillor Siklees. Just before you start, I'll just remind everybody that we're going to be voting on number 5, number 8, and number 8 separately, and then the remaining 1 through 11. So there'll be 3 separate votes. So go ahead, Councillor Siklees.
Thank you, Mayor, and through you. Thank you for everybody's input today. It's clear we have a council with heart that wants to see good results in everything we do. I feel something is missing in this discussion, and part of it is results. I think a large part of it is results. And I wanted to raise a couple of items. The situation has become worse over time. More suffering, more deaths, more frustration from our residents who want to see this situation improve. We're told that 8 out of 10 folks who are suffering are Indigenous, and a good percentage of them are not even Regina residents. I have a couple questions that I will ask with the utmost sensitivity, and I ask from a position of ignorance and with all my heart. And I'm willing to learn if my colleagues want to teach me. So here are my questions. What is the reason we have not heard from our city Indigenous department, which receives $2 million of city taxes every year? We haven't heard from them at executive committee last week. We haven't heard from them in council today. And secondly, what is the reason we have not heard from our Indigenous partners in and around Regina?
Mr. Nickel, go ahead.
Thank you, Mayor. I'll speak to the first part with respect to the Indigenous Relations Department. Ms. Lowe was here last week during executive committee. I don't believe she was asked any questions, but she's an internal resource. That department works with every other department and division in the city. So she's consulted on everything. She and her staff review a number of things. She sits at the executive leadership table as an advisor. So she's been brought into the tent since I assumed this role on April 30th. So we are doing everything we can to bring the focus of our Indigenous department and the files and the relationships that it holds to the forefront so that it is important. I don't know if Ms. Burton can speak to the external elders and other entities that she may have dealt with.
Go ahead.
Thank you, and through the chair, I believe in the communications and engagement section of the report, it outlines the discussions that were had on the encampment response protocol that's presented in the report with the Elders Advisory Committee, as well through the encampment response protocol in our community safety and well-being table. We do have conversations with organizations that are Indigenous led, places like the Friendship Center and Regina Treaty Status Indian Society. All of those organizations we're in regular contact with. And I believe Mr. Slater has more to add.
Mr. Slater, go ahead.
Through the chair, I would add that engagement alongside our Indigenous community is of utmost important when we're developing these plans that are put before you. The Community Safety and Wellbeing Plan had thorough engagement with the Indigenous community, including meetings with men elders, women elders, our service providers, nonprofit organizations. There were organizations that went into ceremony before consulting on the plan. So we feel very proud of the engagement that we've done in advising those plans, and Ms. Burton spoke to the specific engagement around the encampment response strategy.
So why haven't we heard from them as delegates? We hear from all the screaming voices all the time. What about the people who are so important to us? Why can't they come here and speak to us heart to heart? Are you asking us just to trust you? Let's go, or I don't understand. Because all I hear is let's grow the bureaucracy and we'll fix this. I don't think you're getting a lot of trust from us today. We want to trust you and we want to solve this. So let's get to the bottom of it. And I think one of those things is the majority of people who are suffering need to come here and talk to us, or us to go and see them, whatever works. Maybe I'm just too altruistic, but it makes sense to me that everything else that we do, we have delegates talk to us about their position on matters, and this one we don't, and it's a big one.
Mr. Nickel, go ahead.
Thank you, Mayor. Very difficult question to address fully and satisfactory, Councillor. We certainly have interested parties, various stakeholders that come here. I'm not sure if you're suggesting that some of the homeless come here and speak to us.
No.
But that just wouldn't work. I mean, they would feel particularly vulnerable.
That's not what I'm saying.
Certainly, there's lots of groups, but perhaps they feel much more comfortable working behind the scenes or quietly. A lot of people don't like to come here. as in, I don't have an easy answer for this. We go to people and engage with them where they are, and we'll engage with everybody that wants to be a part of this. I'm just not exactly sure who you think is missing right now.
Oh, I thought it was clear. If my people are suffering, I want to come and talk to you.
And
So if
okay.
Indigenous people are suffering, I want to hear from Indigenous folks. The
And-
chiefs, the people who might help us with the answer.
Counselor, I think, just to be fair, we can't make people come to council to talk to us, so I think we have to be
Understood.
respectful that, I think from what I'm hearing from administration, they're saying, we do our best to engage with people, them accurately here. I think that's, if I'm hopefully representing that accurately, I think that's what we're trying to say.
I think that's fair. The only thing I would respectfully offer is, every member of council is certainly open to encouraging the various First Nations leaders that they know across the city or the province, bend their ear.
Yeah.
Impress upon them the importance of having them here speaking to you. Because there are a series of one-off meetings, and they may not be about this matter, but as we've heard, the number of Indigenous people that are affected by homelessness, and with, some people live on reserve, some off, but the responsibility of the band still stands as far as I understand. And I think that I think the question you're asking for is a bit more of a political one, in the sense that you have to tap the elected counterparts and encourage them to come to us, and then perhaps they can open the doors for administration to speak.
Thank you.
Vote.
Hold on.
Sorry.
Is a point of order or a clarification?
I'm trying to.
Because we can't make a statement.
Clarification, sure.
Okay.
I just want to clarify it, because I think this is important for the relationships we have in our community, and I believe this is a question asked in good faith by Councillor Siklis. Is the engagement with Indigenous folks and resources allocated in the report? I just want to clarify that. Like, that has been presented to us. Has that information been put there? Just want to make sure that, just want to clarify that.
Ms. Bryden?
Through the chair, if I can clarify your question, are you saying, are the recommendations and the conversation in the report, has that been represented to our Indigenous elders and community?
Yes, so
Yes.
yeah, what we've been doing with them, and then the resources we're allocating to continue doing that.
Absolutely.
Okay, Councilor Siklis, any further questions?
No, thank you for indulging me.
Okay, so we are on to our vote. We'll have 3 separate votes. The first vote is going to be voting on point number 5. Yeah, we'll bring it up on the screen. Okay, so number 5 is on the screen now. That'll be the first vote that we'll conduct. So I will ask the clerk to start the vote on. Okay, point of clarification.
Point of clarification. So, Councillor Burton, you mentioned about this, breaking this one out, but also there is the provincial dollars tied to this?
No.
No.
Provincial dollars is tied to number 8. This
8,
is city
sorry.
funded in table 2. You'll see this under table. This is not provincial dollars. Okay, I'll ask the clerk to start the vote on point number 5.
Through you, Mayor. Point number 5 is carried in a vote of 7-4 with the following members voting as follows. In favor as follows. Councillor Fro, Mancinelli, Turnbull, Radins, Zakidniak, Flores, and Mayor Bashinsky. Those voting against were Councillor Sickley, Spizo, Burton, and Rasovich.
Thank you. Now we will go on to vote on point number 8. We'll pull it up on the screen first. Okay, so we'll be conducting the vote for point number 8, and I'll ask the clerk to start the vote.
Do you want to speak to this?
This is the provincial dollars that we're getting for warming spaces. Okay, I'm going to ask the clerk to start the vote on point number 8.
Through you, Mayor, point number 8 as amended is carried unanimously.
Thank you. Okay, we will now move on to the remaining items 1 through 11, excluding the items that we just voted on. So we won't be able to share them all on the screen, so you'll need to look at your own screen if you need to go through that, but I'm going to ask the clerk to start the vote on remaining items 1 through 11, excluding the items that we just voted on.
Through you, Mayor, the motion is carried in a vote of 9-2 with the following members voting in favor as follows. Councillor Fro, Sickley, Mancinelli, Turnbull, Burton, Radins, Zakidniak, Flores, and Mayor Bashinsky. Those voting against were Councillors Bizo and Councillor Rasovich.
Okay, we'll now consider item CR 25-140, MN 25-16, Cities Tax and Assessment System Software Upgrade and Enhancement. So this motion was considered at the...
Mayor.
Hello?
I'm sorry, I want to call for adjournment, so my understanding is I'd have to do that now. Like a motion for adjournment.
Okay, is there a seconder for a motion to adjourn? Okay, sorry, Mr. Nickel, go ahead.
There is one bylaw that would make our lives much easier if we could get the leisure fees amendment bylaw passed, unless you've already moved adjournment. It's just some implications that were never asked before the motions are made.
Yeah.
Right, well, I mean, sorry, go ahead.
Sorry, just hold on, Councillor Zakiniak. Okay, Councillor Zakiniak, I just want to clarify, there's, for the tabled motion, there's only 2 members yet to speak on it. And then it would be going to vote if they would like to speak on it even. And then it would be the bylaws, and then essentially we would be adjourning at that point. So are you still wanting to adjourn immediately?
No, I think that's potentially a helpful clarification, because it was tabled. There, if there's only whoever hasn't had the chance to speak is
Correct.
able to speak. Is that what you're saying?
Yes, that's
and
correct.
who? Can you remind us so that
I was just about to read it out. So if you let me read it out, then I can clarify the whole thing.
So,
okay.
So 2 members will have the chance to speak. Then we'll go to vote, and then we'll do the final piece.
Yes,
Like
correct.
yeah, okay, the bylaw. Thank you. That's fine. Thank you.
Okay, I'm just going to start over just to make sure that the public has clarity on what we're going on to. So it's the tabled motion. We're going to consider CR 25-140, MN 25-16, Cities Tax and Assessment System Software Upgrade and Enhancement. This motion was considered at the November 5th, 2025 City Council meeting. The motion was moved by Councillor Mark Burton and seconded by Councillor Jason Mancinelli. City Council voted to adopt number 2 of the motion and table items 1A and 1B of the motion into today's meeting. As items 1A and 1B are already on the floor, any councillors that spoke to it at the November 5th meeting have used their speaking time. We will therefore hear only from those members who had not yet spoken to the motion on November 5th, and then Council Mark Burton will have up to 3 minutes to close debate, after which Council will vote on items 1A and 1B. The following members have not yet spoken to the main motion, Councillor Siklis and Councillor Bizo. So I will go to both of those folks to see if either Councillor Siklis or Councillor Bizo has any comments or questions on this motion, on 1A and 1B of this motion. I see none. So I will go to Councillor Burton to close debate on this. Go ahead. If you have anything to close.
Yeah, this will be quick here, folks. No problem. So I've had 2 weeks to discuss this motion with various stakeholders and people on council. Some on council are against this on principle that will burden the poor. I respect your opinion and voicing of concerns for your residents. I support options for people with demonstrated low income, but your house is not a true indicator of ability to pay. It may reflect your priorities and decisions in life. It may also reflect that you are low income. The city does not have the ability to access income tax to determine your ability to pay. It only has the information of your property information. We all receive similar services. In no way do I suggest that the progressive tax system currently being used be rescinded. These are support systems in place to help, there are support systems in place to help low income earners that have been validated, but property tax does not validate choices. We all use services: garbage, recycle, compost, police, fire, snow, and street cleaning. They have similar characteristics to water that uses a base tax and uses that base tax and then charges by usage. Minimum tax and base tax capabilities for other services are fair. Property taxes go up for most people and may go down for some. And where is that floor set? That is what this motion is about, is providing the ability to set a floor. And a floor can and will take into consideration that some people are low income. If the capability to set a minimum base tax is not there, it has an impact on future council's decisions because you would have to wait for up to a year to see a motion implemented. That is unacceptable. I would ask you to reflect on your residents and people that would support this here, and that's it. Thank you very much.
Thank you. I will ask the clerk 1A and 1B of this motion. Okay, we'll pull it up on the screen first. Okay, so I'll ask the clerk to start the vote on items 1A and 1B. Councillor Rasevich, just waiting for your vote.
Through you, Mayor, the vote results on Part 1A and Part 1B of the motion is lost in a vote result of 3-8. Following members voting in favor as follows: Councillor Sickles, Burton, and Rasevich. Those voting against are Councillors Fro, Bezo, Mancinelli, Turnbull, Radins, Zakidniak, Flores, and Mayor Bashinsky. Councillor Bezo's vote was recorded as a vote against, as members of council cannot abstain from the vote.
Okay, we will now consider bylaw 2025-69, the Regina Leisure Fees Amendment Bylaw 2025. I'll ask Deputy Mayor Flores to do first reading of the bylaw, please.
Thank you. I move, seconded by Councillor Bezo, that bylaw number 2025-69 be introduced and read a first time.
Thank you. I'll ask the clerk to start the vote.
Through you, Mayor, first reading of the bylaw is carried unanimously.
Thank you. Deputy Mayor Flores, can you please do second reading of the bylaw?
Sure. I move, seconded by Councillor Rasevich, the bylaw number 2025-69 be read a second time.
Thank you. I'll ask the clerk to start the vote on the second reading of the bylaw.
Through you, Mayor, second reading of the bylaw is carried unanimously.
Thank you. Deputy Mayor Flores, can you please do consent for third reading of the bylaw?
I move, seconded by Councillor Sickles, that bylaw number 2025-69 go to third reading at this meeting.
I'll ask the clerk to start the vote.
Through you, Mayor, consent for third reading is carried unanimously as required by law.
Thank you. Deputy Mayor Flores, can you please do final reading of the bylaw?
All right. I move, seconded by Councillor Fro, that bylaw number 2025-69 be read a third time.
I'll ask the clerk to start the vote.
Through you, Mayor, third and final reading of the bylaw is carried unanimously.
Thank you. Can I have a motion to adjourn the meeting? Councillor Sickles. And a seconder. Councillor Turnbull. I'll call the question. Any opposed? Carried. Thank you, everybody.